Okay, looks like we've got a full house. All right, good morning. Is everybody good? We're good here?
I'm good.
All right. So good morning. I apologize for the delay. There's always bugs that have to be worked out in a new system and a new process, so hopefully everybody is there. Can everybody raise their hand to show that you can hear me? All right, looks good. Great. We are on the record today in case number 2019-00444, electronic proposed adjustment of the wholesale water service rates of Princeton Water and Wastewater. My name is Robert Cicero. I'm Vice Chairman of the Public Service Commission, and I will be presiding today. Joining me today via video conferencing is Commissioner Matthews, and unfortunately, Chairman Smith will not be able to attend due to a conflict, but will review the hearing materials and recording and participate in the final decision. At this time, I would normally caution attendees to please set your cell phones to silent mode or turn them off, but due to the current state of emergency in Kentucky, the Commission is hosting this hearing via what I believe is the first ever video conference. Since this will be a learning experience for everyone, there are a few suggestions I would offer. In addition to the normal courtesies regarding cell phones, these tips may help with clarity and avoid feedback issues for the video conferencing hearing. Mute your microphone if you are not speaking. Attorneys, when interjecting, please state your name so the video record is clear. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for the video, turn off the computer audio, otherwise there will be feedback. If you are in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between the offices. Sound carries further than one thinks, which can cause feedback. Once in the GoToMeeting software platform, go to your settings. The icons look like a gear. To ensure the microphone setting is on the microphone you are using. There is a pull-down menu feature in the GoToMeeting software settings that will list the available microphones. Use wired headphones or wired earbuds for better sound quality. Wired is preferred because wireless devices may lose power depending upon the length of the hearing, which at this point I have no idea how long this is going to go. Keep a charger nearby in case your battery runs low, and please alert the Commission if you are experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time during the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided cell phone number. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence on Princeton Water and Wastewater's proposed adjustment of its wholesale service water rates. At this time, we'll have the appearance of entry of counsel. Given the unique challenges of conducting a hearing,
This conference will now be recorded.
Did we lose it? There we go. Okay. We will now have entry of appearance of counsel, and given the unique challenges of conducting a video hearing, I will also request that each party counsel please identify their witnesses at this time. So for Princeton, please identify counsel and your witnesses.
Good morning, Vice Chairman Cicero. My name is Todd Osterloh, representing the Princeton Water and Wastewater Commission in this case. Our witnesses, fine witnesses, are Tracy Muscove, who's there in the Princeton office, James Knoll, who is the superintendent, engineer Ricky Oakley, and he also has Eric Broomfield there in his office that has sponsored data responses. Those are our 3 or 4 planned witnesses. In addition, we have Princeton's chairman, Bob Hayes, present there in the Princeton office. And I'll let Jim Gardner introduce himself.
Jim Gardner, also with Sturgill Turner, Barker, and Maloney, also representing Princeton Water and Wastewater.
Okay. For Caldwell and Lyons.
May it please the Commission, my name is Mark David Goss. I'm with the law firm of Goss Sanford. My senior associate, Allison Honaker, is also on the video and is going to participate in the hearing. For the water districts, we have Alan Valines, who's our rate expert. Dixie Casey with Lyon District, and Jimmy Littlefield with Caldwell District.
Okay, and for staff?
Brittany Koenig for the commission, and we have no witnesses.
Okay, thank you. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Are there any outstanding motions?
No, Your Honor.
No? Good, okay. So for public comment, should anyone from the public like to provide the commission with public comment, instructions to call in are located on our website, psc.ky.gov. The phone lines will remain open for several minutes at the start of this hearing and close if there are other callers or after everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Should you call in, please state your name and address for the record before making your statement, and please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. If there is more than one caller, please be respectful and allow one person to make a statement at a time. And it should be noted that comments may always be submitted on the PSC's website, ky.psc.gov. Okay. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Let's try it again. Sorry, but again, it's a learning process and we will get it. So if there's anyone from the public that would like to provide the commission with comment, instructions to call in are located on our website, psc.ky.gov. I think we do have somebody on there. The phone lines will remain open for several minutes. If you are calling in, please state your name and address for the record before making your statement and keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. If there is more than one caller, please be respectful and allow one person to make a statement at a time. And again, as I noted, you can always submit your comments into the psc.ky.gov website. So do we have any persons from the public that would like to make a comment? Maybe not. Hold on while we make sure.
Is anybody on the phone line?
Okay, nobody there. As we go through the process again, learning, we will have breaks just like we do during a normal hearing. It's 9:30 now. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 we'll take a break. We'll take a break sometime around noon to 12:30. And then we'll see how it goes depending on how long the hearing takes. So we'll continue to take the breaks as if everyone was here. So before we begin, I note that Princeton provided staff with the names of 2 potential witnesses on April 30th and introduced a utility benefit study on Friday, May 1st, basically 2 business days prior to the hearing. And I don't believe this is adequate time for review and preparation by the other parties involved. So this will not, in the future, this will not be permitted without good cause. So it's in the record at this point, but for future hearings, just for the benefit for the attorneys, there will be some kind of timeline limiting when witnesses can be provided for potential cross-exam or redirect. I think everyone realizes that this video hearing format is less than ideal. Unfortunately, it is what we have to work with. That being said, as a matter of transparency, all materials should have been provided to the commission and the participating parties in advance. While there may have been some confusion over submitting materials to be used that were already in the record, staff requested those documents that were in the record be identified by April 30th. Counsel from all the parties requested an extension for exhibit submission to May 1st. While Lyon and Caldwell counties identified their exhibits, they failed to send Princeton a copy. Princeton failed to identify any materials to which we were going to reference during the hearing and submitted new evidence of a utility benefits study less than 2 business days before the hearing. To be clear, I will not permit introduction of any new evidence into the record that has not been previously submitted for review by the other parties. If there is an objection by any of the other parties to materials being presented by Princeton that were not previously submitted, I will sustain. So, Mr. Osterloh, at this time you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. may I offer a couple comments
Sure,
to
sure, go
your
ahead.
state?
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Okay, I just wanted to mention that Princeton has not offered any new witnesses. We were identifying the individuals that will be present here at the hearing. The only two people, well, there were 4 people that we've identified, I'm sorry, 5 people that we've identified for the hearing, 4 of which were all previously named as a part of either providing written testimony or identified in the responses to data requests. The only other person that's participating or here in the hearing is Chairman Bob Hayes, who we don't anticipate calling as a witness. It would just be as if we were there in Frankfurt on Sauer Boulevard and he was able to sit in on the hearing room. To the extent that someone happens to have a question for him, he can answer that. But we don't anticipate him or offering him as a witness. And then to the extent that there are some issues with document disclosure prior to the hearing, I apologize if there was miscommunication on whomever's end in terms of getting information. It was my understanding that the documents that were already filed in the record did not need to be disclosed to the commission or commission staff. Those are the only documents that we anticipate filing, and we've tried to circulate documents, albeit at the 11th hour, literally last night, on the 3 or 4 documents that we plan on showing witnesses.
And
And
I appreciate those comments, and to be fair to you, staff did advise that there was a lot of confusion created just because of emails that were going back and forth between staff and the attorneys. And again, it's a new process, and I understand that there will always be hiccups during a process like this. And you know, this wasn't just to say Princeton made a mistake. It's for the benefit of anyone watching the video conference to understand that in order to make sure that we have adequate time for the different parties to prepare, if they had been witnesses, we would have liked to have seen something prior to the 2 days. We'll probably come out with some kind of suggested time frame for those types of submissions in the future. So I am not necessarily just taking shots at Princeton. This is for the benefit of anyone that's watching, for all parties to understand that as we go through this process, we have to learn, and I understand it's a learning experience on the other end as well. So I appreciate your comments.
And likewise, I appreciate commission staff and opposing counsel, all of whom I respect, and it's been a cooperative process, I think, over the last week or so.
Thank you.
Our Princeton's first witness will be Tracy Muscove.
Okay. Is Tracy there that I can see him? If he can speak up.
He is.
Okay. Hello, Tracy. All right. Can you raise your right hand, Tracy? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're standing, you may be seated. If you're seated, I think that we can go ahead and Mr. Osterloh, you may ask your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Muscove, will you please state your name for the record?
Tracy Muscove.
And can you spell your last name, since I have a difficult time doing that at times?
There's no R in the last name. It's Musgove.
Thank you. For whom do you work?
Princeton Water and Wastewater Commission.
What is your business address?
101 East Market, Princeton, Kentucky.
And what is your position there?
I am the Director of Finance and Special Projects.
Did you prepare and file written testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Did you also sponsor certain responses to requests for information that have been filed in this case?
Yes.
Subject to the corrections and supplements that have already been filed in this case, do you have any changes to that testimony or responses to requests for information?
No.
Then do you adopt those answers and testimony here today as your own?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Osterloh. Mr. Goss, do you have questions?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Ms. Musgrove, my name is Mark David Goss. I am counsel for the water districts, Line and Caldwell, and I would say good morning to you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And let me say to you that in the course of my questions, and it's going to be somewhat extensive, if I ask you something that you don't hear or you don't understand, would you please tell me, and I'll either clarify the question or repeat it so that you do understand.
Yes. Thank you.
And if you give me an answer to a question and don't correct me, I'll assume that you understand me and you understand the purpose of the question. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to be clear at the outset about some things. Princeton's request in this case regarding its wholesale customers, Line and Caldwell District, asks for a volumetric change from 229 to 279 per 100 cubic feet, which is a 30% rate increase. Is that correct?
I believe it was 297.
I had my numbers transposed. See, I was checking you. That's good. All right, 297. And that's a 30% wholesale increase request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have also, in your filing, when I say you, I mean Princeton, you've asked in your filing to increase the meter charge from $4 to $6 per meter to wholesale customers, which is a 50% increase. Is that correct?
That was for all customers, but it is a customer service charge to $6, yes.
Okay, but we're just here about the wholesale rates to the water districts. So the request to them is in fact from $4 to $6, a 50% increase, correct?
That's correct.
And as I understand it, the test year that Princeton's using in this case is from July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019, which is for Princeton's purposes, fiscal year 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Princeton bases its request for an increase in wholesale rates of 30% not on a cost of service study, which is universally recognized by this and other utility commissions as a preferred method, but rather some sort of unit cost approach. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did Princeton not perform a cost of service study, Ms. Musgrove?
We have been using the unit cost approach for several years, and that's the way we have been doing it.
And that was for both water and sewer rates, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said in your testimony, and we can refer to it if needed, and what I'm going to try to do is ask you about certain places in your testimony and that sort of thing, and if you can answer, fine. If you don't recall, then I'll have to pull the transcript out. But I believe you said on page 6 of your testimony that Princeton believed a cost of service study was too expensive. You remember that?
I do remember stating that.
And did you and the commissioners at Princeton discuss that and determine that that was too expensive?
We had determined that from conversation at different meetings with other people that a cost of service study was very expensive, and we thought that by having the unit cost, it had been looked at previously on multiple times, that we could continue to use that.
Who had looked at it multiple times?
Well, I had shared it with former members of the PSC whenever I was developing it. Brent Kirtley was one that helped me in just looking at it.
But did Mr. Kirtley tell you that it was permissible to do a unit cost approach to set wholesale rates as opposed to an accepted cost of service study? Is that what you're saying?
He had told me that it looked like a good option to use. And as long as I was able to explain it to the other parties and they agreed, that it looked fine.
Well, what did you, I'm intrigued by this. What did you send to Mr. Kirtley?
I had sent him previous Excel reports, just like what you have. Back in like 2012 and 14.
Okay, but that wasn't related to this rate case though, correct?
No.
All right. Did you contact Mr. Kirtley or anyone else at the Public Service Commission prior to initiation of this rate case to determine if the unit cost approach was acceptable and appropriate?
No.
Did you reach out to any third-party vendor or any expert to request what the cost of a cost of service study would be or what their availability might be to do a cost of service study?
Like I said, we had just conversations at various meetings and they had said 25 to 35,000 and that's what we had gone off of.
Okay, but again, for purposes of this rate case, Princeton did not contact any particular rate consultant to determine whether or not a cost of service study could be done and how much it would cost Princeton. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know how to perform a cost of service study?
No.
Do you understand from going that a cost of service study involves making adjustments to certain expenses, allocating costs based upon reliable data, and generally requires a fair amount of expertise in rate making?
It appears so.
Now, on the unit cost approach, it appears to me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that really all you did in your unit cost approach was to total all of your water production and distribution expenses according to your 2019 audit, and you divided those expenses by the net water produced and available for sale to arrive at a total cost of production per 100 cubic feet. Is that a fair characterization of what the unit cost approach does?
Basically, it's like cost accounting. You would just find out what that unit of water costs to produce and transmit it and distribute it.
All right. Now, this approach and your results, I believe, are shown in what you call a unit cost worksheet. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would like to refer you to what was actually in the record. This must go as PSC 2-21. And for the record, Mr. Vice Chair, that would be the first exhibit that we would offer, and we pre-filed that exhibit with the commission staff previously. So I wonder if that could be pulled up.
I think it's being pulled up now.
Yeah, and Commissioner Cicero, for your information, what we're going to do on my end, and I should have said this earlier, Allison from our office, I think has all the documents that we intend to refer to already pulled up to save Cabrinda some time, and so and that includes our exhibits. So we're going to try to pull those up from here and then share them with everyone. And if that doesn't work somehow, then we'll go to Plan B.
Okay, so it's all yours. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Goss.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms.
This is
Koenig has
staff.
a
Yes. Hi, this is Brittany Koenig. I just wanted to interject and say that the vice chair does have hard copies of all of the exhibits that you and Ms. Honaker had submitted previously. So if you need to refer to something, the vice chair has a hard copy
Okay,
to
great.
review.
Okay, thank you, council. Okay, Allison, if you would please pull up the first exhibit, which is 221.
It's saying my screen sharing is paused. I don't know. So it's not pulling it up.
Hmm.
I can see it, but it's not letting me share. It says it's paused.
Okay.
I'll try it again. About here.
Okay, there we go. I think,
Okay.
is it on everybody's screen? All right, good. Success.
Great.
Yay.
So, Ms. Musgrove, can you see that okay? So Allison, in order, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, but Allison, in order to enlarge that, we need to all hit screen, or no?
I think if we go to the top where it says like view everyone, you can hide everyone and it'll make this screen the biggest, I think.
Okay.
I think that's what Main
So Ms.
said.
Musgrove, yeah, so Ms. Musgrove, would you try to do that?
Yes.
So you can see it? And let me know.
And there are different tabs on this, so you can tell me.
Yeah, that's not the document that I'm looking for. It's actually the submission. It's 221. It's, can you scroll? Let's see, hold on a second. It's a one-page doc, now that was it.
Okay, so at this point, we are, okay, there we go.
Great. Okay, thank you, Allison, very much. I appreciate it. Ms. Musgrove, are you able to see that document?
Yes.
All right. This is basically Princeton's cost of service study, isn't it? This is how you arrived at your rates. I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. As I understand what you did from this sheet to arrive at the wholesale rate that you seek to charge in this case, you took the total cost of production and distribution, which is $1,925,573, and you divided that by the net water produced for sale less a 15% water loss allowance. And so that would be the 60, million, 201,167 gallons, and you would subtract 15% water loss from that to arrive at 51,170,992 gallons. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so what you did, you took the total cost of production and distribution of $1.9 million in round numbers, and you divided that by the 51 million in round numbers to arrive at 0.0376 per cubic feet, and you then translated that to increments of 100 cubic feet to arrive at a total unit cost of $3.76. Is that correct?
Yes, there's two different numbers there, one without the water loss and one with the water loss.
All right. But the 376 is the value that Princeton arrived at because the 15% water loss, it's your understanding, is supposed to be included in the calculation.
That's correct.
And then Princeton used some unknown factor to reduce the request from the $3.76 to $2.97. Is that correct?
What Princeton did is we set our residential rates prior to receipt of the final audited numbers. At that time, you had a number of $3.36, which is shown to the far right column. That was pre-audited numbers. We established that and we tried to eliminate a tier, and what we did is we brought up each tier by roughly 30 cents, and by having the third tier, which was our largest users, at the 297, that's what, once we got the final audited numbers and saw that it was even higher than what we had projected, we stayed at the 297 level.
All right. Allison, if you would, please scroll. We can see the top of the document. I don't have control of the document. At the right bar, the far right-hand bar, just scroll up so we can see the entire document. On the right edge of the document, please.
It should have
There
said,
you go.
no,
There
it
you
just,
go. It takes a second, okay. So again, this, for all intents and purposes, this is Princeton's cost of service study.
That's true.
And the result is, again, as stated, is a 30% rate increase request to your wholesale customers, Lyon and Caldwell districts.
This is true.
Now, from a rate design perspective, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, for the record, the water districts would move for admission of this document as district's exhibit number 1.
Okay, this will be admitted as exhibit number 1 for Caldwell Lyon.
Thank you. Now, okay, Allison, we can pull that back off, I think. Okay, now I'm not seeing anyone.
There we go.
you'll probably have to go up to the top, Mark David, and say see everyone again, since you had it all in shares.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm learning. All right. Now, Ms. Musco, from a rate design perspective, it's my understanding that Princeton also, besides the rate increase it's asking for, is seeking to abandon the declining block in favor of flat rates. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as I said before, I think I asked this question, but if I didn't, let me ask it again. the unit cost methodology that employed in this case that Princeton is basing its wholesale rate increase on is the same methodology that Princeton has used for years, and it was most recently used to set the sewer rate increase and also the retail rate increase, or the rate increase for retail customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
The problem, I guess, with that, and I'll see if you agree with me or not, is that from a sewer perspective, Princeton doesn't have any wholesale sewer customers, do they?
No.
So is it, I mean, do you think it's problematic to employ a methodology that sort of attempts to be a one-size-fits-all when part of your utility only has retail customers on the sewer side, but on the water side has both retail and wholesale customers?
I think what we were looking at is that it really costs us to produce and distribute 1,000 gallons of water pretty much the same. Our plant is at 45% capacity, so we really don't have a break-even point where it should be cheaper for one class of customers to purchase water than the others. And in going to a lot of different seminars and in reading, a lot of people were going to uniform rates.
Okay, I guess I'm not talking about the rate design part of it as much as I am the rate setting part of it. Do you think it's appropriate for a municipal utility such as Princeton to use the same methodology to set sewer rates when there are only one class of sewer customer essentially, versus setting rates for the water side of things when there are both wholesale and retail customers?
That has been our position.
All right, and you still believe that's an appropriate way to do it?
I guess until I have a cost of service study and someone explains it to me, it would be.
Well, I was going to ask you, having gone through 3 or 4 sets of data requests and many months of testimony and back and forth, I was going to ask you if you realize now that the methodology that was employed to set wholesale rates in this case was too simplistic.
Hindsight is 20/20.
Well, okay, that doesn't really answer my question, ma'am. Is that a yes?
It might have been too simplistic.
All right. In retrospect, and again, 2020 vision, but in retrospect, do you think Princeton wishes that it had performed a cost of service study?
Yes.
Did Princeton's commissioners, and I'm sorry, strike that. I've gone back and I've looked at a lot of minutes of meetings that you provided, and I appreciate that. You're very responsive to that sort of thing. But in looking at those minutes, I don't see anywhere where the commissioners of Princeton questioned the rate setting methodology, or there was really much discussion at all about the methodology that Princeton employed. Did I miss something, or is that a correct statement?
That's probably a correct statement.
At the time that this exercise was begun and you went through it and you performed your unit cost analysis, was Princeton even aware that the setting of wholesale rates to jurisdictional water districts was itself an act that was within the review and purview of the Public Service Commission?
Did.
You did, okay. Did you expect that you would have to come to this commission and seek approval for the requested wholesale rates?
Like I mentioned earlier. No, because I have been using this methodology and sharing it with my, water district customers, since at least 2012.
Let me ask you a few questions then about some of the things that you did in your methodology, if I may. Were you, for instance, with respect to allocation of expense, were your allocations of expenses in this case between the water and sewer divisions based upon known and measurable empirical data by applying use factors, or were they just sort of guesstimates?
Some were guesstimates as far as, the maintenance allocation. Others were known and measurable.
Well, give me an example of ones that were known and measurable, that you're confident were known and measurable.
Well, the, water treatment plant production numbers are known and measurable. Those are costs and expenses of the water treatment plant. So those are known and measurable.
Okay, what else?
The interest carry and the debt service, known and measurable. Depreciation we had, that one was just allocated at 50-50 until we went through the NARUC study and then classified every asset according to where it was.
I believe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Were you finished?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. I believe that you said in a response to a data request, and we don't need to pull this up unless you don't recall it, and I'm referring to PSC 1-32, that many of your allocations were quote unquote random. You remember saying that?
That's where I said that the maintenance allocation was random, and we had allocated at 45-55, and it actually has been much higher toward water.
I believe you've admitted in this case in PSC 1-8 that no timesheets were kept by the maintenance and other folks in the Princeton staff to differentiate fairly precisely between work that was done for the water division and work that was done for the sewer division. Is that correct?
We did not have every hour and every day of every man allocated. We have work orders, and we have, when there are meter settings, there are hours and everything that are located, that are recorded on those sheets, on those documents. But we do not have every hour, every minute of every day per man, recorded.
Did you, let me move on, did you make any adjustments to expense for paying 100% of a family plan health insurance for Princeton's employees?
No, I did not.
And in fact, Princeton included all of those premiums for family health plan insurance in its calculations in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With respect to depreciation, and I'll get back to some of these things just a little bit later, but with respect to depreciation, did you make any adjustment to expense for depreciation based upon your recalculation of saying consistent with the NARUC depreciation schedules?
I do have a new unit cost schedule that I have worked up on the new neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am, but when you formulated this case, the methodology that you employed merely used depreciation schedules that your auditor provided, which were non-utility related. Is that correct?
That's true.
And so when you found out, I think that this commission expects at least midpoint for neighborhood depreciation to be used, you went back and you recalculated your depreciation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Has Princeton ever done a depreciation study of any kind?
Well, I think most small systems probably haven't.
Okay, I take that as a no.
I said no, that's
Okay.
correct.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm getting a little bit of an echo. You're sort of like you're talking in a bucket, and it's probably on my end. But do you have a microphone there? I mean, could you maybe get a little closer to it, or? Okay, thank you. Did you make any sort of adjustment to expense, or did you in any way factor in to your unit cost calculations for the 5.7 million gallons of water which the Princeton Sewer Division used in the test year?
No,
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. Well, explain to the commission why you didn't do that. I mean, that's water that was produced, but that your sewer division used. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And was the water division ever compensated, or was there any type of book compensation or book entry or anything where, for lack of a better way of saying it, the water division got credit for the water that the sewer division used?
No, and all I can say is, I'm not sure what I had read, but at some point in time, there was a document that said internal water was not to be, was internal usage was okay. And I took it that internal meant all internal, not just internal that the water treatment plant.
So, and we can pull this out if we need to, but Water District's first request to Princeton, number 31, I'm sorry, strike that. The Public Service Commission's first request to Princeton, number 23, shows that in 2019, the sewer division used a total of 5,665,000 gallons of water produced at the water treatment plant. Does that sound correct to you?
I believe it is. It's actually from more of the lift stations, not at the not at the wastewater plant.
Okay, and I'm being a little bit unfair to you because I'm looking at the document. I'm happy to show it to you, but just for clarification, there are two columns. Plant gallons is 35,000 in round numbers. Lift station gallons is 5,660,000 gallons in round numbers. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The fact that you would have not included water used on the sewer side of things in any of your calculations, that would be unfair to the water districts in terms of rate setting, wouldn't it?
It would be unfavorable.
Now, back just a second to the 15% water loss that was assumed in your calculations in your unit cost worksheet. You employed the 15%, but Princeton's actual water loss in 2019 was close to 18% and has gotten as high as 28% in 2015. that correct?
That is correct.
Now, strictly on the water side of the ledger, did Princeton attempt to make any sub-allocations for expenses attributable to the provision of retail service versus wholesale service?
Explain what you mean by sub-allocation.
Well, you attempted to make some allocation at the water sewer level, right?
I allocated water and sewer, but those are my two largest services. The other allocation is where I allocated more of the administrative and those functions all to the customer service charge.
Okay, but when I talk about sub-allocations, I'm not talking water versus sewer, that's at the allocation level. When I refer to a sub-allocation, I'm talking about just strictly the water division. You have to make you're supposed to make a further allocation between expenses attributable to the provision of retail service versus attributable to wholesale service, aren't you?
Well, that's where I thought I was attributing more of the administrative and customer service functions, which are retail related, to the customer service fee.
Okay. And was that, were those what I call sub-allocations, was that sort of the guesstimate 55-45 that we were talking about earlier?
No, that allocation was the actual costs and expenses that go through in those particular general ledger categories that are administrative related.
And you understand, I think, from the course of this, that this case is taken, that the district's expert, Mr. Valines, disagrees with the way you handled that, don't you?
It appears so.
All right. Let's move to employee pensions. What type of pension liability does Princeton have for its staff, its employees and staff?
We are part of the CERS, Kentucky Retirement System, and the employee has 5% or either 6% withheld, depending on how old, when they were hired, and we match that percentage based upon the numbers that the state gives us each year that we're supposed to deposit with them.
All right, is there, and that's the CERS?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And Ms. Musco, what is the OPEB that's been talked about in this case?
The OPEB is another GASB rule that came out with accounting. Other pension employee benefits, I believe, is what it means.
I think it's other post-employment benefits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that's it. And it's mandated by GASB and accounting rules.
All right. And so, are there, with respect to these pensions, are there really sort of two tranches? Is there one tranche of expense, I guess, that the water district actually has to pay on an annual basis for your staff and employees, and another tranche which is just merely a liability, sort of a book liability that the accounting standards require you to take account of?
Well, part of it is a book liability, but another part of it gets actually entered as a retained earning pit. It goes against the capital.
All right, but what I'm asking is that money that is actually paid out, does Princeton write a check to somebody for that?
Princeton writes a check, for the match that is mandated by the Kentucky retirement system on a monthly basis.
Okay.
That portion is what a check is written for. The other is an accounting entry to our balance sheet.
So, but as I understand from reading the audit, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but Princeton's financial statements recognize those expenses, some of which are actual payments, but a lot of it is just a liability that's required to be accounted for or booked. Is that correct?
That's true. There are deferred inflows, deferred outflows, and then actual pension liability. And in some of the entries, there are debits to our capital position.
And so there are, in the test year, for instance, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm just trying to understand concept here. In the test year, there is an actual outlay or an outflow where Princeton writes the check that you just mentioned. And then there's a book entry for future liability that is part of your books and that your auditor must reconcile and account for. Is that right?
I believe that is right.
So there would be a present cost, which is the check that you wrote or had to write. Then there's a future cost that is not an outflow. But I think if I understand what you did in your methodology, you included all of it in your unit cost worksheet calculations. Is that right?
What I did is I accounted for all of my accounting expenses that flow through to get the net position.
Well, tell an uninformed layperson that doesn't know much about accounting what that means.
All of the entries that would have come through in what lay people would call an income statement, and it's a net position statement, I believe, on our governmental side. I accounted for all of those entries.
So there are.
The same as depreciation. Just the same as depreciation expense is not a cash outlay. I accounted for all of the expenses that went through the net position statement.
Right. But you understand, don't you, that, or have you learned that the Public Service Commission in rate setting really only looks at actual costs, for the most part, that a utility incurs during a test year to set rates?
I have read in different things now where the GASB is being questioned. But it's, like I said, it's similar to depreciation expense, and it has affected our debt position, our capital position, and our leverage position.
But it's not it may affect all those positions, but it doesn't affect your revenue position on a year-to-year basis, does it, except for what you write the check for?
I guess only if the state of Kentucky goes belly up and they come and ask for it.
Okay, fair enough. I want to move now, Ms. Musgrove, to Public Service Commission request number 1-. I need for you to pull that up, please. Ms. Musgrove, while she's pulling that up, this is, I would tell you that this is the 2019 audit report that was completed by Alexander Thompson Arnold, PLLC of Murray, for the district. I presume you're familiar with this audit. I know you don't have it memorized, but you're aware that an audit was made. You've seen it.
Yes.
I want to ask you to turn to page 3 of that audit. Moving slow. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, right there, that page. Can you see that, Ms. Musco? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Are you able to see that document?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you, first of all, what is this document? What is this portion of the audit?
It's the management discussion of what happened during the year, and it's just more of an overview of what is going on from an internal standpoint rather than external.
And is this something that the auditor or the audit company requires that you provide and be included in the final audit report?
Most entities just have standard boilerplate from an auditor, and but I have done analysis work, and so I have tried to do this as often as I could.
Okay. Would you please look at the, I guess the long paragraph, it'll be the third paragraph that starts utilities of all sizes. You see that?
Yes.
Go to the very last sentence of that paragraph, please, and read into the record what that says.
While the results of this almost year-long study will not be felt until fiscal year 2020 and beyond, the decision was made to significantly increase the rates for the largest users and begin the process of installing flat rates for both water and sewer services.
And to provide context, just prior to that, there was a discussion about the University of North Carolina Environmental Finance Center and the fact, and what you had done, and the fact that Princeton was going to be seeking a rate increase. Is that a fair statement?
That's true.
And you admit, I guess, what I'm going after is you admit that the increase to your wholesale customers in this letter is a significant increase, don't you?
Significantly increase the rates for the largest users. They are one of our largest users, yes.
All right. Now, let me turn, and I'm just going to sort of pick and choose some things here. I'd like to go to the next paragraph that starts while rate studies, and go to the very last sentence of that paragraph and read what that sentence says so I can ask you a question.
I'm not able to.
I'm sorry, Allison, would you please scroll down?
Were you on at the end of that page or?
Yeah, yes, right there is fine. So that'd be the very last sentence of that page, Ms. Musgrove.
Okay. At the end of the June 2019,
No, ma'am. The last sentence of the very last sentence on that page, it starts none.
Oh, on my page, it says at the end. It's the very last sentence. What I'm looking at.
Well, I don't know how you and I could be looking at two different documents because, well, it's the paragraph that starts wild rate studies. Do you see that paragraph?
I do see that.
Okay, it's the last sentence of that paragraph.
Could it be over on the next page?
Well, it's not on mine. I mean, the sentence says none, let me just, let's do this the easy way. The sentence says none of the $763,500 in grant funds had been used at this point in time.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, no, that is, I didn't see that had started a new sentence there, and I was starting at the sentence right before that.
Oh, okay, okay, all right, that's fine. What does that sentence mean? None of the 763 in grant funds has been used.
Okay, can I go back to the full context there?
Yep, please, yes, ma'am.
The total water project is about a $3.5 million project. Grant funds are given at the very end. So at the end of June, we were pulling loan funds. And that's where the sentence before that said $2,420,000 or 88% of the loan, $2,739,000 had been utilized. The grant funds were still in play.
Okay, do you still have the $763,500 in grant funds available to you at this juncture?
No. 331,000 of the grant funds have been used. There's clear well improvements and a surge tank that has been approved and is in engineering right now. And those funds, we have to use them by February of 2021, February 28th, 2021. So we've got to get that project finalized.
I mean, the reason that I asked that question, you had said in some of your, either your testimony or in the data request response that grant money was very hard to come by, and it just appeared that you had a good chunk of grant money sitting in the bank.
No, it was not in the bank. It's being held as if we use it, we get it.
Oh, okay.
That was approved in 2012.
Right, okay.
So this project has gone on since 2012.
And I believe, is that the project that's been quite a bit over budget?
No, it's not that much over budget at all.
Oh, I thought it had been a couple $100,000 over budget. Is this another project?
Well, we had that in our contingency, so we had budgeted for it.
So, but it was up, so the answer is yes, it is over budget.
We had to do more to a bridge than what was bid initially.
Okay. So Allison, if you would please scroll on down to page 5. The top says financial analysis, yes. Okay, get as much of that page on there as you can. Start with the second paragraph that says utilities must be self-sufficient. Ms. Musgrove, can you see this page where you're sitting?
Yes.
I hate to do this, but this is pretty important to this case. And I want to ask you to read a couple of paragraphs. They're sort of long paragraphs, but I need to ask you several questions about them. Would you please start at the entry that says utilities must be self-sufficient?
Utilities must be self-sufficient and able to cover not only current operating expenses along with debt service, but also have the ability to set aside funds for future capital needs. The operating ratio is a good indicator of an entity's overall self-sufficiency. I'm getting a feedback.
Yes, I am too. Mr. Vice Chair, if everybody could maybe turn their microphones off that aren't talking, that might help it just a little bit.
Well, actually, everybody is supposed to have their microphones on mute that is not talking.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
The operating ratio is a good indicator of an entity's overall self-sufficiency, while the debt service coverage ratio measures the system's ability to cover its debt obligation. For fiscal year 2019, Princeton had an operating ratio of 1.33 times, excluding depreciation as an expense, and a ratio of 1, including depreciation. This was an improvement over ratios of 1.2 and 0.92 recorded in fiscal year 2018, and slightly higher than the 5-year average. Being able to fully cover depreciation expense allows Princeton to continue investing and/or replacing our aging infrastructure. The debt service coverage ratio is typically calculated as follows. Change in net position plus depreciation plus interest expense divided by interest expense and prior year current maturities of long-term debt. Do you want me to continue?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Where do you want me to stop?
I want you to stop at the bottom of that page.
Okay, bottom of the page. For fiscal year 2019, this ratio covered the debt obligations of Princeton by 3.28 times and was a significant improvement over the 2.28 ratio recorded in the previous year. Currently, existing bond and loan covenants require Princeton to maintain at least a 1.2 coverage. Having a ratio 2.7 times higher than what is required is a good indicator of the financial strength of Princeton and bodes well for future borrowing should funds be needed to replace assets. Alongside the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position, i.e. the income statement, the statement of net position, i.e. the balance sheet, reveals facts about a company's financial strength and security at a certain point in time. 3 important liquidity measurements are the current ratio, working capital, and days cash on hand. The current ratio needs to be greater than 1 time since it measures the ability to pay current bills. For the past 5 years, Princeton has continued to add, continue to add to its cash position, thereby strengthening both its current ratio and working capital. Since June of 2018, cash and cash equivalents grew by almost $600,000, while current liabilities decreased, resulting in a current ratio of 11.76 as of June of 2019, an improvement over an already strong 6.08 ratio recorded the year before. More importantly, this ratio has increased by 450% over the past 5 years. The second measurement of liquidity is the dollar amount by which current assets exceed current liabilities, commonly referred to as working capital. Like the current ratio, working capital has been on an upward trajectory for several years and totaled almost $2.8 million at June of 2019, an increase of more than $700,000 from the previous year end. Finally, days cash on hand is an indicator of how long the system could operate on its existing non-restricted cash without any future revenue being recognized. The non-restricted cash of Princeton as of June 19 was $2,231,699, and the average daily cost of operations, excluding depreciation, was $6,696. Therefore, Princeton had 11 months or 333 days of operational cost coverage, days cash on hand, as compared to 222 in June of 18.
I mean, I'm reading this and saying to myself, Princeton Water and Wastewater is in excellent financial condition. And you're to be commended for that. But, I mean, would you agree that your municipal utility is in fine shape financially?
I would say we have come a long way since 2004 when the new board was appointed.
Well, okay, I appreciate that you've come a long way, but, I mean, you know, you've got a I'm sorry?
A balance sheet is a point-in-time reference. It only is looking at June 30th of 2019. And a lot of the cash on hand might have been sitting in the account, and then my current ratio did not include current maturities of long-term debt of the new bond that was getting ready to come on as a loan. So there are differences in how that ratio is looked at different points in time.
But this is
We do have a strong cash position.
I'm sorry?
I said we do have a strong cash position though.
Well, the metrics that you just read from are at a point in time, I get that, it's the same point in time that defines the test year in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's go over to the next page and then we'll be done with this particular reading exercise. That would be page 6. I want you to start where it says highlights there, and I just want you to read the first 2 paragraphs into the record, and I want to ask you a few questions about that.
Highlights regarding the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net assets are: charges for services during the year were approximately $16,000 lower than the previous year, but only $2,000 shy of budget. Water sales outpaced budget, but continued declines in wastewater revenues, mainly in the industrial sector, offset the positive variance that water revenues produced. While operating revenues declined somewhat, operating expenses ended the year being almost $100,000 lower than budget and almost $300,000 lower than expenses of the previous fiscal year.
Okay, that's far enough, thank you. So your expenses were $100,000 under budget, and they were $300,000 better than the year before. Is that right?
There were expenses that we had budgeted that we did not do, such as the lagoon cleaning. That's supposed to be a biannual, but they held off on that because of the project that was going on. There were also some significant adjustments to expenses for setting up inventory accounts related to chemicals and fuel that our accountants wanted us to do. And then there was also a large decrease to expenses because of the capitalization of the cost of upgrades that our internal maintenance staff did, which are basically one-time things.
All right, thank you for that explanation. Now, above that, I'm reading the sentence that says water sales outpaced budget, but continued declines in wastewater revenue, mainly in the industrial sector, offset the positive variance that water revenues produced. Ms. Muscova, I'll be honest with you. I read that to say that it's possible that Princeton is seeking a water rate increase, in this case of this magnitude, in order to prop up its declining sewer revenues. Is that what's happening here?
I don't believe so, because we passed a large increase on the sewer side.
Well, I'll get to that in a second, but the sewer increase that you passed was not nearly as large as the water increase that you passed, is it?
From a percentage standpoint, no, because the base rates of sewer were much higher than a base rate on the wholesale level.
So let's move to Water District request number 1-20 to Princeton.
Mr. Goss, do you intend on entering any of the prior exhibits in?
No, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Vice Chairman, not so far. There may be 2 or 3 others as we proceed that I will, but I don't think I need to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Mark David, do you want me to pull that up? What was?
Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. WD 1-20.
I don't think I have that one saved, but let me check.
Okay, all right. Well, that's okay, Allison. So Ms. Musco, that one, I just will state to you, and we can pull it up if we need to, that's the chart that contains the new water and sewer rates from the respective rate increases that Princeton initiated in June of 2019. And that shows that the water rate increase, the blended rate increase is 13.6%, and the sewer rate increase is only 8.18%. Yet, water revenues for 2019 were over budget, and sewer revenues were a drag on operations. Shouldn't those increases be reversed?
But with our calculations and going off of percentages, like I said, sewer rates were already very close from the top tier to the bottom tier. And we went to one flat rate on sewer. Water was not. So whenever you have a very low denominator base, the percentage is going to be higher, even though the dollar amount of the increase is not.
So let's move then, thank you, Ms. Musco. Let's move to PSC 3-2. You have that one, Allison?
Just a sec. Is that the right one?
Yes. Ms. Musgrove, may I ask you to just, first of all, can you see that document?
Yes.
Would you just read that to yourself? Take a second, and then I want to ask you a couple of questions about it. Okay, so the staff's question there in 3.2 asks that Princeton developed a revenue requirement for wholesale customers and a separate one for retail customers, and I think Princeton responded that separate revenue requirements were not performed. Is that correct? Do you understand, Ms. Musgrove, why the commission staff asked that question?
I do now.
What is it? What do you understand now?
Well, evidently, the commission does not see that a uniform rate or that our classes of customers basically are similar. And they do not agree with the uniform rates that I was trying to propose, a flat rate for all customers.
Okay. Is that something is that something you agree with or disagree with?
Knowing the amount of work And what we do internally, for the water district, I tend to say we may have more work because of the water districts than our retail customers.
Oh, how is that? I'm intrigued by that answer. Give us some examples.
A lot of the analysis work that we have to do whenever, when they've had issues, and we're having to meet with them on problems and issues quite often.
Well, I mean, give me some examples.
Well, whenever we have calls wanting us to look at a new contract because Caldwell Water had gone over their maximum, and evidently DOW had asked them to get a new contract, and then we had to pull up all of the information as to what the usage had been and the averages and prepare Excel worksheets for them. And then they ended up finding out that it was not evidently an issue, and all that work was for nothing.
Was that a one-time situation, or was that something that is a recurring situation?
There's been a lot of different issues.
So are you implying that the labor and the work that Princeton Municipal must perform, answering questions and dealing with issues that the water districts have, costs you more than dealing with your retail customers?
No, I say it costs the same.
Oh, it costs the same. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Alton, thank you. I'm finished with that document. So, Ms. Mushko, with respect to allocation, does Princeton currently have and use a cost allocation manual of any kind?
No, I don't guess so.
Do you know what a cost allocation manual is?
I do not.
And I presume since you don't have one and you don't know what it is, to your knowledge, Princeton has never had one or used one.
Out since 2010.
All right. Let's turn over now to meter charges. Allison, if you would, please pull up PSC 2-26. I hope I gave you that one.
You did, it just takes a second to get it to come up, it keeps saying it's paused.
Well, okay, maybe I can do it without the document. Ms. Mushko, okay. Okay, Ms. Mushko, can you see that document?
Yes.
All right. Just glance at it and become familiar with it again. If you would, let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Well, what do you say in that response is the rationale for even recovering a meter charge?
I believe that the charges of the administrative function, and that's what we were trying to do, is those are customer driven, and the way to allocate those particular customers a fair way is just by the number of meters that are in play. And, that's what we were doing with going from $4 to $6.
Well, if it's the number of meters, I mean, Princeton has 3,371 retail meters according to PSC 2-12 and only 15 wholesale meters for a total of 3,386. Does that sound correct to you?
That's correct.
And so if the 15 wholesale meters are expressed as a percentage of the total meters, the wholesale meters are only 0.5% of the total. Yet you're asking this commission to impose a 50% meter charge increase for customers that don't even comprise 1% of the total number of meters. Is that reasonable? Is that justifiable in your opinion?
If you look at the actual calculation, then the wholesale customers would end up paying something like $1,000 a year for the postage and billing and face-to-face interactions and phone calls, everything like that. So from saying that it's a 50% increase, once again, you're going from $4 to $6 a month. So 6 times 15, 8 times 12, it's not that much for all of the administrative functions that we have to deal with wholesale customers.
Well, I would agree with you that the increase is somewhat de minimis, but it goes to methodology. I mean, if you're basing the increase per meter charge on the number of meters, and you're assessing the same increase to someone that has less than 1% of the meters, that just doesn't seem to be a rational way to do it to me, the amount of money notwithstanding.
The number of total meters, and they are one of the meters. So if you divided the total expenses by the number of meters, you get closer to $6. You actually get a little bit higher. And so, I mean, if Princeton Golf and Country Club has 6 meters, they're getting charged 6 times $6 times 12. It's a postcard that has to be printed. It's a bill that has to be calculated. It's an entry that has to be made.
And when Mr. Valline says in his testimony that portion of the administrative activities of Princeton that benefit the wholesale customers are already contained in the wholesale volumetric charge, you would disagree with that?
In my methodology, I did not include in the volumetric charge. And we have not included it in the volumetric charge since we instituted this and sent in the paperwork to have it agreed to by the PSC.
And that's using the unit cost methodology that you employed as opposed to the cost of service study methodology that is recognized and employed by Mr. Valines. Is that right?
That's true.
All right. So let's leave meter charges and talk about wages and benefits for just a few minutes more. I want to refer you, Ms. Musgrove, to Water District First Request to Princeton number 14. And Allison, that was actually an exhibit that I hope to offer in this case. Let me, while you're pulling that up, I'll find it.
Is it the employee benefits?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Allison. If you would, scroll, let's see, scroll up to just a tad. I guess it's just a one pager, so you probably can't scroll up, can you?
No, yeah, that's the spot.
Okay.
Mr. Goss, can I
Thanks for letting
interrupt?
this must go.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Goss? Mr.
Yes,
Goss,
sir. Yes, sir.
can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
How many questions will you have on this exhibit?
I'll probably have, half a dozen.
Why don't we take it's 5 to 11. Let's take a break till 5 after 11, and then we'll continue with because this kind of goes into a whole different subject, and for your continuity, it would probably be best if we took the break now.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So may I inquire from a logistics, do we just leave everything open?
I think that would be best.
Okay, all right. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so we will take a recess until 5 after 11, and then we'll come back on and start here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
moment, sir.
Okay, I think we're back. Sorry
Yes,
for
sir.
the little delay there. Mr. Goss, you may continue.
Not sure anybody else is back.
Oh, that's all right, he's got to get off his mute, I think. There he is.
Sorry about that. Thank you, sir, I appreciate it. Ms. Musgrove, can you still hear me okay? All right, I'm really having a difficult time hearing you. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if, do you have any other computers on in the room besides the one you're using?
I have a computer on Excel worksheets, but not with a microphone or anything.
Okay, that's actually a little bit better. Okay, well, we'll wait through this. Thank you. So I pulled up on the
I just got
screen.
closer.
Sorry.
I said I just got closer. Maybe I need to stay here.
Yeah, I'm still getting a lot of echoing. I don't, Mr. Vice Chair, are you getting the same echoing I am?
I am not getting the same echoing, but I can hear in the background the echoing that I think that you guys are receiving, and I'm not
Okay.
sure on which feedback is coming back through, but
There it is.
yeah, I hear it now a little bit here too.
Todd, are you getting anything? Okay. All right. Well, we'll just keep going here. I think we're making some progress, but we'll move on. Ms. Musco, I pulled up what is Water District 1-14, and it is what appears to me is a spreadsheet showing each Princeton employee's total compensation, containing each constituent expense, gross wages, healthcare, dental, vision, etc. Do you recall? Did you actually prepare this spreadsheet at my request?
Yes.
And this is a total compensation for Princeton's staff and employees for the test year.
That's correct.
And I'm going to go through this somewhat hurriedly, but I want to make sure I understand everything. The first column is, well, first of all, before we get to that, I think I counted 22 employees that are listed on here.
That would have been the total number employed throughout the fiscal year. Some of those were probably not employed as of June 30th.
Okay, all right, that's what I was going to ask you. You anticipated my question. So gross wages, first column, gross wages for Princeton were $759,000 and change. Is that right?
Right.
And just so the record is clear, this is broken down into the four, what I'll call business units of the utility, which is administration, water, wastewater, and maintenance. Is that right?
Correct.
Then you have healthcare in the next column, and your healthcare is almost $257,000 for fiscal year 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is, and that's the number, the 257 is the number that you used in your unit cost calculations.
Yes.
Then the total dental is 7,164, vision almost 1,400, life insurance and I guess STD, short-term disability, 2,165. Then you have the CERS benefit of $158,000 and change. Is that, again, back to writing a check versus liability? Is that what Princeton actually wrote a check for, or is part of that liability in the future?
I am not sure if that one, because I don't have the formula underneath it, if that was with the accounting, entry that I had to make for GASB and OPEB or not. I would have to look at the formula.
Okay, so you don't know as you sit there whether or not the $158,000 in change number was the number that you used in your unit cost calculations?
I can figure it real quickly.
Well, I'd kind of like to know that if that's possible. So how long will that take you?
I'm just trying to use the percentage that was in play on a couple of them and check.
Okay, I'll give you a second then.
That is the actual cash check that was written.
Okay. But again, to review, the number that you inputted into your unit cost exercise or calculation was this number plus the other number, the future number.
Yes, I did include my audit adjustment.
All right. Then you have Social Security and Medicare, $57,000. Total employee compensation for the test year, $1,242,849.46. Am I reading that right?
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask you a few questions about the healthcare column, which is the second column over. I think we've established that Princeton pays 100% of the cost of the family plan for each employee. Is that right?
Yes, if they have a family.
And that is a very generous benefit in today's world. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, as compared to the other utilities I spoke with in the last couple of weeks, even though we do 100%, our cost is less than theirs.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm not just limiting it to local utilities in the Western Kentucky area. I'm talking about considering all employers, large and small, in the general area where Princeton has customers. That'd be considered a very generous benefit, wouldn't it?
100% family plan would, however, you have to also look at what your deductibles are, your maximum out of pockets, whether or not the others offer a catastrophic plan. Just, you have to compare apples to apples.
Well, so is it a generous benefit or not, in your opinion? That's all I'm trying to ask.
It is a good benefit, but it does have a high deductible.
All right. Well, subject to check, I have taken just the healthcare benefit and divided that by the number of employees that are on this chart. And Princeton paid $11,680 per year per employee just for healthcare. Would you agree with that?
If that's what you calculated, I mean, I show up there what we pay for each employee.
Okay, and so when you add the healthcare, the dental, vision, and life insurance, that number goes to $12,168 per year per employee. That seems like a really high benefit structure to me.
I think if you probably sit in on many of the KRWA meetings, 35 to 45% of compensation is in benefits anymore.
Well, let me ask you this. Has Princeton ever done any sort of a benefit survey considering its local economy there in terms of what other non-utility, non-municipal utility employers pay?
We did in 2004 when there was a new board that came in, and I was part of that new board at that time. And we tried to see what other utilities were doing and also what some of our industries in town were doing. And at that point in time, we had the health insurance for everyone in Princeton was around $265,000. So what we did is we kept the family plan, but we went from a zero deductible to a plan that has the higher deductible. And we went from, it was no cost at an ER, no cost at a doctor. It was zero out-of-pocket cost. And we did offload some of that cost in the form of the way the plan is structured to the employees. We also went about cutting some full-time employees and making some employees part-time where the benefits would not be paid and we could still enjoy what the employees had become accustomed to.
Okay, but that was in 2004. My question is, has Princeton done a benefit survey of any kind pertaining to the test year that's in focus in this case?
We submitted a update to where we had called 11 separate utilities and had asked them what they did for their employees and what their plan cost was and different particulars. So that was just done and submitted as of last Friday.
Well, let's talk about that. Well, first of all, but that is with relation to like utilities in your area. I've looked at this and there is no other private entity or private corporation or private employer of any kind on this supplement to 2-9. Am I correct about that?
That's correct.
All right. And wouldn't you agree, Ms. Musgrove, that things have dramatically changed in the benefit world from 2004 to 2020 in terms of what employers pay for employees' health benefits and what employers expect employees to contribute for their own benefit?
It has by industry.
Well, let me ask you this question. You were previously a senior lender at Fifth Third and Bank of America, weren't you?
I was.
Did you get 100% family coverage paid for you?
No, I did not, but what they did is they would supplement by other reimbursement where I could either choose to use it for options or something like that. And there were other perks that I got that utilities don't get.
Well, that's private industry versus non-private industry, isn't it?
Isn't that what you're trying to compare?
Yes, ma'am, but you didn't compare that in this case, did you? You've made no comparison in this case other than what other similarly situated municipal utilities pay their employees.
I tried to compare with where we have to get our labor pool and with who we have to compete with in the labor pool.
So the answer is yes or no to my question.
I think I just answered it.
No, ma'am, I don't think you did. Let me rephrase it. Did your supplement include any other employers other than similarly situated municipal utilities from a benefits perspective?
No.
When you worked for Kentucky Department of Financial Institutions, KDFI, did you get 100% of your family coverage paid by them?
I was a single person then.
Well, do you know if the state of KDFI would have paid for a full family plan had you not been a single person?
Probably not.
are you aware that the commission has almost universally disregarded comparisons such as the comparisons that you offered in your supplemental response to PSC 2-9?
I'm aware that the commission feels that employees should have skin in the game. I'm also aware that they use the Bureau of Labor Statistics number. What I've tried to find out is exactly what are we comparing, and that is what I can't find out. And the other thing is, if you're comparing Western Kentucky to California and New York, I just don't see the relevance.
Well, did you make any inquiry about what you should be testing against, or did you just assume something that I'm not aware of?
We have different board members who are teachers and bankers, and so we discuss, and they're also employed in other industries, and we discuss what they get. We also discuss the rigors of the job and what some of our workers are required to do that a lot of the outside people would not want to get into a sewer lagoon. And so therefore, the benefits in our industry are typically higher because it's work that people don't want to do.
So you're saying that you're willing to pay an employee 100% of a family benefit just because of the industry that you're involved in?
I'm saying I have to compete with other industries around me, and that is generally what they do.
That's what's generally what they do.
My plan compares with what others are doing around me. Even though I'm at 100%, my cost is less.
You're talking about other municipal utilities that are similarly situated to Princeton.
Correct.
I'm a little bit puzzled by why Princeton Water and Wastewater is paying 100% of a family plan for their employees, but your sister utility, I presume it's your sister utility, Princeton Electric Plant Board, is only paying 80%. Explain that to me, please.
Princeton Electric Plant Board has a plan cost of around almost $1,700. They also put in $1,000 a year for a health savings account. So when you take their 80% to my 100%, they're at about $65 to $70 less a month, even though they say they're 80 and I say I'm 100. The dollar value is very much smaller because my plan costs less.
How long has Princeton Water and Wastewater paid 100% of a family plan for its employees?
As long as, at least since 2004, that's when the board changed, and I think it's always been that way.
Do you think it's fair for wholesale customers, in this case Line and Caldwell, to subsidize the payment of a health insurance benefit that really frankly no other private industry or employer anywhere in today's world pays?
I think if they want quality water, you have to have quality employees, and you have to do a quality benefit plan. And so the service that they receive, similar to the service that my retail customers receive, in order to get that kind of service, you must pay this type of benefit.
I guess the implication of what you're telling the commission is that if Princeton backed off of paying 100% and only decided to pay, 65% or 70 or 75, there'd be a run for the door by your employees.
Yes,
Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. We had 2 employees that went to other utilities, other local utilities, that once they got there and they were making significantly more per hour, but once they realized what they were having to supplement in their family plan, they came back to us.
So just to review, the calculations in your unit cost worksheet and the revenue requirement that you came to for wholesale rates does not provide any adjustment to expense whatsoever for health insurance.
I was recouping all of our expenses.
So there is no adjustment to expense.
There's no adjustment to expense. We pay that, and that's what I was trying to recoup.
All right. Commissioner Cicero, I'd like to move for admission of Water District 1-14 as Line Caldwell Exhibit 2, please.
Certainly, let this be admitted as Exhibit 2, and Ms. Musgrove, you might want to hang on to this because when I have a chance to ask questions, I'm going to be utilizing this spreadsheet.
May I proceed, Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Cicero? Thank you. Okay, Alison, if you would please pull this one off and let's go to Water District 1-30, which is an exhibit, pre-marked exhibit.
What does it have on it? Labeled it.
It's a spreadsheet that has fiscal year 2014 through 19. These are wage increases. Let's see what that would be. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think I've got it. It's the salary. Take that.
No, it's a spreadsheet that's that has the percentage of increase per employee for the last 5 years. It's the legal size spreadsheet.
Yeah, I think this is it. See this?
Okay, that's it, yes. Great. Ms. Musgrove, ma'am, can you see this on your screen?
Yes.
All right. Before we get to it, let me ask you a few general questions about wages. How does Princeton handle wage increases to its employees? Is that done, first of all, is it done on an annual basis?
What we do is we have an annual increase that usually becomes effective July 1. It's typically based on a COLA, and we also project what, if we have operators that would be taking, like the level 2 or level 3 classes or some other certifications, we build in potential raises if they pass those particular certifications.
And what is the cost of living adjustment that is, what benchmark is used to determine the raise that employees get?
We typically try to pull up the consumer price index and just a national and see how that compares with the state. And then we look at what the Social Security COLA has been and set it going forward like that, calculated by the wages that are in place.
And is COLA usually always given?
The amount of the COLA is approved. It is approved for the superintendent to then allocate. And some may not get it because of performance, and others because of going above and beyond, may get more. But the pool of money is approved.
So you use the word performance. I would assume that there's some sort of performance metric or performance structure, performance assessment structure that Princeton has in place to determine who gets a raise from the superintendent and who doesn't. Am I correct about that?
The superintendent has the ability to withhold raises based upon what he has seen out in the field.
Okay. So it's there's no specific written evaluation structure or even verbal evaluation structure that's used?
There are written evaluations, however, the final approval is up to the superintendent.
How does, I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. Go ahead.
You may have a head of one department that's doing all of the written appraisals, but sometimes they're very glossy.
What do you mean by that?
I would say sometimes the head of the department may just give everyone straight A's when they're not deserved.
Well, has someone attempted to rectify that situation? Because that doesn't really sound like a true good faith, arm's length evaluation structure to me.
Those superintendents might have had their raise withheld because of that. I mean, those particular department heads, I use the term superintendent. That could have been one reason that they didn't get a raise.
Well, I'm trying to understand how pervasive that is. Is that something that happens quite a bit or just on a very, very limited case-by-case basis? I'm just trying to understand what and obtain some comfort with Princeton's evaluation protocol.
It typically happens very limited because once they see that their raise has been withheld, they will usually get rectified.
Who determines that? The Board of Commissioners?
The superintendent.
So if I understand it, Princeton has an evaluation process, but the superintendent has absolute veto power over any evaluation that he or she might see and can dispense raises as he or she sees fit according to what his or her subjective interpretation of an employee, particular employee might be.
In limited instances, yes, I would say that's true.
So does if the superintendent chooses to ignore a particularly favorable evaluation for an employee, and that employee doesn't get a raise or gets less than everybody else, does the superintendent call that person in and say, hey, you didn't get but 0.5% because, and then does he or she have a consultation with each employee on that or no?
The superintendent does usually meet with those employees, I believe.
So let me refer you then to the spreadsheet that's on the screen. Allison, could I ask you, is that just a one-page spreadsheet or is that a two-page, that exhibit?
I think it's a one-page. Yeah, it's a one-page.
Okay, all right. So, Ms. Musco, I've looked at this chart quite a bit, and I'm having a hard time with a couple of things. What I've done is, and you don't have it in front of you, but but I've taken the fiscal year raises that were given starting in 15, the last 5 years, coming all the way to fiscal year 20. And for fiscal years, I'm sorry, 16 to 20, that'd be 5 years. For fiscal year 16, the raise was 1.81%. For 17, it was 3.01%. In 18, it jumped up to 6.54%. In 2019, the test year, it jumped all the way up to 7.34% average raise. And then it dropped back down to 4.47%. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Fiscal year 19 was 4.47%. Fiscal year 18 was 7.34%. So it appears to me that there's been a substantial increase from 2016 up to the test year for raises to your employees that far exceed COLA. If you assume COLA is in the 2 to 2.5, 2 3/4%, somewhere in that range, can you explain that for me?
I'm sorry, Mr. Goss, can I interject actually?
Sure.
Are you looking at something that we should be seeing on the screen, or are you just your own calculations?
These are my own calculations.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. So to be fair to you, Ms. Musco, and I should have laid a better foundation. What I did was I took a column that says increase percent, and I averaged those and included the zeros by the number of employees. This is not dollars, but this is a percent increase. And if you assume that my calculations are correct, there's been an upward trajectory in wage increases all the way up to 7.34% a year on average for Princeton Water and Wastewater. Can you explain that to me?
Well, I think if you look at the individuals and you take that, if you have a new hire in 1 year at $12 and then they pass the certification test and they go to 1486, that percentage is 23.83%. But that is one individual, and he had been hired in at a below average market rate. And so he is on a trajectory to have higher increases because he had a lower basic. We have, since the 2017 year, we had a person that was promoted to superintendent. And as he progressed, he continued to get larger raises. So it's still an employee by employee basis, and to average out when you have someone who starts and they're going to have a higher trajectory is not, I don't think, a very good way to look at it.
Well, I mean, if you look at, okay, that's fair enough. If you look at the test year though, fiscal year 19 in the increased percent column,
Excuse me,
Hold on.
can you hear me? This is Brittany Koenig, staff. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are getting some feedback, and it's been suggested that if Ms. Musgrove has another computer in the room, if you could check that both the microphone and the speakers are turned off on the second computer, that might help with the problem.
Are you there, Ms. Musgrove?
Yes, I am. Like I said, I'm on my computer open to Excel. It's not on anything else.
Well, I still think like the microphone and the speaker on the computer could be picking up or could be causing some feedback. But if there's somebody there that can check it for you, or if at the next break you could check that, I won't hold things up.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Brittany, because I'm having frankly, I think the echoing is getting worse. And I didn't know if it was my end or her end.
We can hear it too.
Yeah, okay.
That was bad. You hear that feedback there?
Okay, so at this point, is Ms. Musgrove checking the computer, or where are we?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was checking the settings of her computer. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go back to fiscal year 2019 and look at the increased percentage column on this chart. Do you see it?
Yes.
And so, you pulled out the one that's 23.83% and gave an explanation for new hire, and I understand that. But as I look up and down the chart, I see one more new hire for that year, but that person got 0 raise. But it appears that the rest of the folks for that year were not new hires. And I'm seeing some 4.9s, 3.89, 4.0, 5.45, 11.23, 7.74, 5.24. I mean, there's some pretty high numbers that are well above, say, a 2.5% cost of living adjustment. And those are really the ones that I'm most concerned about. Can you explain that to me as to why those numbers are so much above what a COLA number would be?
Well, some of them I would say it was that they had different positions within their departments. We had the head of wastewater left, and so we had a new person come in there. Let's see. I'm gonna unplug something else. Is that gonna be better? No.
Like it might be.
Oh. All right.
Yeah,
Let's try.
I don't know that that's any better, but we can.
It sounds better
It
from
sounds
this
better
end.
here, yes.
It fixed
Okay,
it.
all right. Well, okay, let's proceed. So you were giving me an explanation as to why some of these numbers are, double or triple what a COLA percentage normally would be.
Because some of them then also took additional certification classes, and they were passed at those levels. We had a new superintendent, like I said, who got familiar with the work that was being done, and he felt that some deserved a higher raise, and he gave some of them merit increases.
Okay, so to be clear, if I'm understanding what you're telling me, the percent increase in the test year would include not only COLA increases, but also several merit increases.
Yes, for passing certifications and doing extra work.
Well, do you have any idea what the total percentage increase in wages for the test year from the prior year would be when you take into consideration both COLA and merit raises?
I would have to go back to my spreadsheet.
Mr. Vice Chair, that's a question that I would ask that Princeton respond to in a post-hearing data request.
Certainly, and the only thing that we would ask is that you you write those questions out, submit it to all of the parties, and we will, at the end of the hearing, provide a date for responses to those requests, and we'll go about it in that manner.
That sounds great, thank you. You would agree with me, though, without doing the calculation, that the average increase for the test year would have been well above COLA.
Yes. I calculated the average like you are.
I'll tell you what I'll ask for, and I'll write this out. I'm going to ask for the gross amount of increase as well as expressed in a percentage. Has Princeton Board of Commissioners approved a COLA increase recently?
We deferred any, approvals on the budget because we didn't know what our revenues might be.
So is the number or the numbers, the data that I see in fiscal year 2020 estimated?
No, fiscal year 2020 is what we're in right now. That was done last last June.
Oh, it was done, okay, that's right, okay. Commissioner Cicero, I would move for admission of this as line COLA of the 3.
If I can interject, Vice Chairman, it appears that some of the formatting on this document, I presume, has gone astray. If you look in the bottom right, there's a letter A in one of the columns, likewise under fiscal year 18. I think it would be better just to rely on the document that was actually filed by Princeton as opposed to admitting this as an exhibit. And I apologize, I just realized it's during Mr. Goss's questions and answers.
So you're saying that you can't see, or that there's some formatting issue that prevents you from seeing the entire document?
No, I believe that when Mr. Goss converted some of these documents, something on his computer end skewed some of the numbers. We saw that in another document that we were able to rectify before the hearing. But my guess is that there is at least 2 numbers on here that would appear differently on what what Princeton has actually filed.
Well, in this
Mr. Goss, can you identify again what this document is, where it's found in the record?
Yeah, this is Water District to Princeton 1-30.
Okay.
Allison, did we take care of that this morning?
That was on a different document. When you have to
Oh,
add
different.
right there for the exhibit number that we had to add, it converted it to a PDF, and so I think maybe it just kind of got some of the, it may have just not lined up correctly. I couldn't tell that on this end, but it may not have done that.
So in this case, let's put the exhibit as Exhibit 3 with a caveat that if there's a modification that needs to be made because this was a change to a PDF file, that we go ahead and notify the commission that that is the instance, and we will then go back and modify the record. Again, we're into uncharted waters here, and I understand the desire of Caldwell Lyons to submit the exhibit, and I understand Mr. Osterloh's objection, but I think it does have some relevance, and at this point, we'll admit it as, I think you're going to, Mr. Goss, say that this is Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
We'll admit it as
And
Exhibit 3, subject to change.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We'll work with Mr. Osterloh and Ms. Koenig to make sure that we have an accurate document.
Yes, and I mean, I would agree that that's probably the best approach at this point.
And I would propose, as we're working this out, since the witness was questioned on this document, maybe we leave that in. We just note that whatever was actually filed in the spreadsheet that was filed in response to item 30 of the Water District's questions is what Princeton has filed into the record. That's all.
Or is that okay with you, Mr. Goss?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That works for me. Are you done with this exhibit?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, well, I would also suggest that Ms. Musgrove hang on to this one as well, because I'm going to ask some questions off this one as well.
So, Ms. Musgrove, I mean, as I read Princeton's initiating documents, it appears that one of the principal driving factors in the case is the municipal's concern for its many low-income retail customers, to wit, the UNC affordability study, et cetera. Is Princeton in any way concerned that its low-income retail customers might object to their subsidization of a very generous health benefit structure and what appears to be a fairly generous wage increase structure?
I believe that our lower income customers, if they are given all of the facts as to what we have done to save expenses and to provide the services, they would be more outraged at what the larger users get for their costs than what they're paying.
Ellen, I'm not following you there.
I believe that the small customer of the city of Princeton had the information about the usage of the water districts and the capacity that's allocated to the water districts. They would be more concerned at the price they're paying versus the price that the retail customer is paying.
Well, Ms. Musgrove, who built that capacity? Did the water districts build that capacity, or did Princeton?
It was done before me.
But I mean, Line and Caldwell didn't build Princeton's system, did it?
I believe the additional capacity was put into place because both of the water districts were planning on growing. That's from the documents that I have read in the minutes and in the engineer's report. That's the reason they went from a 2 million to a 3 million gallon capacity, was that the water districts were going to be growing and we would need that extra capacity for them.
So you're saying that the extra capacity that Princeton itself built is as a result of something that Line and Caldwell did, and not a loss of customers at both industrial and retail that you have said is the cause for this rate increase?
But going from 2 million to 3 million gallons was done in 2000. That was way before any of us were around here. And just the readings and the writings at that point in time said the water districts were growing and we needed to have the capacity for them to grow.
Well, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but the usage of the water districts has stayed pretty darn stable for the last 5 years, hasn't it?
I'm just saying why it went from 2 million to 3 million gallons.
Can I
Let's
ask a quick question, Mr. Goss?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ms. Musgrove, when you say they said the water districts were growing, can you clarify for me whether you're referring to Princeton, or are you referring to the engineers, or who is, can you clarify who they is?
It was just minutes in the board meetings. The minutes would state that I believe it was Quest Engineers as far as the reasoning behind the upgrade at the water treatment plant.
So it was the Princeton commissioners that made that determination?
that were there at that time and the engineers.
Okay, but it was within the Princeton organization or their contractors or their engineers?
Yes, it appears that way.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Gloss, go ahead.
No, no, sir, that's fine, thank you. Okay, let's move on, Ms. Musgrove, and I'm just about finished here. I've just got a few more questions. But I do want to turn to Water District Request 1-1, which again, Allison, for your purposes, is an exhibit in the case.
Do you want me to pull up the Excel version of that or the PDF that we had to?
The PDF, is this one that, Todd, is this one that you thought had some formatting errors in it too?
It was as of last night, but I believe that Allison may have corrected that, although I don't think I looked at the document that she circulated to us prior to the hearing this morning.
I'll pull up the PDF and then if it's not, I've got the Excel saved.
Oh, okay, great, thank you, just pull that one up. Yes, that's it, great. Ms. Musgrove, do you have the ability to see this on your screen, ma'am?
Yes, I'm gonna try to enlarge it a bit.
Okay. I don't know if, yeah, you can enlarge it yourself. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so this is a chart or a spreadsheet that you provided in response to the Water District's first request for information, first response. And don't have it in front of me, but the question asked for you to spread the various rate increases, wholesale and retail rate increases that have that Princeton has enacted for the last 20 years. And I think this is in response to that. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the highlighted boxes of this document that I wish to ask to be made an exhibit here in a few minutes. And I'm looking at sort of the last line of the box of the chart where it talks about the wholesale rate. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like, and I want to go over this kind of quickly, between 2000 and 2002, Princeton raised its wholesale rates to Line and Caldwell by a factor of 40%. Is that correct?
Between 95 and 2000, I think it went to 40%.
Oh, that's 95 to 2000, okay. Then between 2000 and 2002, it rose another 25.2%.
That's correct.
And then just 2 years later, from 2002 to 2004, it jumped up another 33.5%. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And 2 years later, from 2004 to 2006, it was raised 2.8%. Is that right?
Yes.
And then 2006 to 2011, it was raised another 10%, right? And then
Yes.
from 2011 to 2014, it was raised another 13%. Is that right?
That's correct.
And now you're asking, Princeton is asking between, I guess, 2014 and 2020, another 30% rate increase.
trying to raise the wholesale and the largest customers to narrow the gap in the tiers to get to a more uniform rate for all customers.
So is that a yes, is it 30%?
That's what I was asking for, yes.
Okay.
That's what we raised our largest users.
Now, if you then go to the subsequent sheets, which are the actual tariff sheets that you were also asked to provide, and which you did. And so Allison, we're going to go to the next page of this exhibit. And while she's doing that, Ms. Musco, these percentage increases that I just mentioned, 40, 25, 33, 2.8, 10, 13, and 30, these are all sort of compounded interest, or not interest rates, but compounded rate increases, aren't they?
Those were from period to period.
Yeah,
From the previous year to the next year is how much it would have been.
But, okay, but for instance, the 95 to 2000 increase was 40%. The one that was done 2 years later at 25.2, that's 25.2 in addition to the 40 that Princeton got 2 years ago, the prior 2 years.
It's 25.2 on the new rate, I guess it was, yeah.
Yes, okay. So the first tariff sheet, which is the tariff that Princeton had in place for wholesale customers in 2002, shows a wholesale rate of $1.43 per 100 cubic feet. Am I reading that right? Is that what you see, Ms. Musco?
That's what I see on the tariff sheet. I did not prepare the tariff sheet.
Well, the chart that you did prepare for that same time period says that the wholesale rate was actually just $1.34, 1.3410, or it should have been, which is quite a bit different from $1.43. The $1.43 tariff that was charged is 9 cents higher, give or take, than what your chart shows. So what's going on?
I'm not sure because at one point in time, the water districts were given a 10% decrease in the largest rates. That's how their rates were calculated. I don't know if that was, so I'm not sure if that is the 10% difference or not.
Well, I mean, 10% of $1.43 would be 14.3 cents. And the difference between the $1.43 and the $1.34 is not 14 cents.
I don't know. I would have to check into it. I'm not sure if they were charged $1.43 or $1.34. And it could have been a simple fat finger, honestly.
Okay, well, let's go to the next page. The next page, Allison, which is the tariff sheet for in place for 2004. That shows, and while she's pulling it up, let me take a second. What do you see the wholesale tariff rate was beginning November 5th, 2004 there, Ms. Muscove?
As $1.72 per 100 cubic feet.
But I look at your chart in response to WD1-1, and again, the number's off. You're saying that the wholesale rate and your chart's $1.79, but the tariff rate's $1.72. What's going on there, do you know?
I do not know. Whenever I was preparing my Excel spreadsheets, I was in one location and I had other people pulling tariff sheets at another location. So I had different data.
Well, I mean, who has the right data? I mean, I would assume that the correct data, or the data that should be correct, is the tariff, the tariff that's on file with the Public Service Commission. Do you know?
I would assume that that would be correct.
Well, let's move to the third page then, which is 2006.
Mr. Goss, if I can interrupt and ask the Vice Chairman, I think we're getting a little far afield as to what's at issue in this particular case, which are what will the wholesale rates be going forward. I just don't know that this is relevant to what we're dealing with today.
Mr. Vice Chair, the relevance is methodology. I mean,
All right,
sorry.
and I understand the methodology point, and I guess I would suggest that in order to verify this, we go through a post-hearing data request to have her validated, and we get back on track into the, I'm going to sustain the objection, and we'll move forward with for you to be able to provide a post-hearing data request for her to find out what the issues are between the data she's supplied and what's on the tariff sheets, because I think you can probably go through all of the tariff sheets and find that she has some kind of a problem correlating the data she provided to the tariff sheet, and it might be better to give her an opportunity to determine what that is.
All right, I would move tentatively for admission, however, of this exhibit, because, I mean, the tariff sheets and the chart came directly from information which Ms. Musgrove provided, and so regardless of what the post-hearing data request says, I want to have this exhibit in the record.
Yeah, and I agree. This can be admitted as Caldwell-Lyons Exhibit 4.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So moving on, Ms. Musgrove, tell the commission why Princeton didn't increase the outside city retail customers' rates in July of 2019 when it raised the inside city retail customers' rates.
When we calculated that the cost to produce and distribute was at $3.36, what we were trying to do is to get the levels up to that amount. And the outside city, we had not looked at that as far as the density and the additional cost to outside city customers. So we were waiting to see the impact of getting the amount closer from our other customers before we did anything with the outside city customers.
So Princeton is waiting on this wholesale rate increase. You're going to see what you get before you address the outside city customers' rates. Is that right?
We were taking it in phases to try to do away with our tiering and to try to get to a uniform rate.
So is that a yes? You're waiting until you see the results of this increase?
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess I'm trying to understand what in the world a wholesale rate increase, if it's based upon cost of service or should be, has anything at all to do with what the rate to an outside city customer is that should be based on the same criteria, cost of service. Can you explain that for me?
Well, if the rate that is given to the wholesale customers comes in much lower, then we would have to relook at all of our other customer bases to try to recoup the expenses we're not going to be able to recoup from the wholesale.
But if it comes in higher, then you don't have to raise the outside city customers, and the wholesale are actually would in fact be potentially subsidizing the outside city customers' rates. Is that correct?
Not if I leave the outside city customers' rates as is, because right now they're paying more than what we showed as the cost of production.
Well, did you do a specific cost of service, or is there a specific revenue requirement it costs to serve an outside city customer?
I think we've put that to rest. There has not been a cost of service study on different classes. We were trying to get to one particular rate. They are above that rate, so therefore there was no need to increase their rates at this time.
Okay. When does Princeton intend to initiate subsequent phases of the nullification of its declining block structure?
It may be after a cost of service study is done.
Okay. Do you know how many phases you intend? Is it going to be one more phase, two more phases, or do you know?
It would depend on how the commission approaches whether or not we can go to a uniform rate and do away with the declining block method. If we're told that we cannot do that at this point, we have to do something else in order to get there, then we will be stuck with the declining block rate structure.
All right. Okay, moving on. Did you make certain pro forma revisions to salaries in your revised PSC 2.1, your unit cost worksheet?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you make any other pro forma revisions besides salaries since this case was initiated?
I think I changed the NARUC depreciation on the pro forma to what we found out. And do you have the pro forma? What I did is I tried to make changes as to what was in effect since we're 9-10 months into a new fiscal year.
Okay, so I don't want to get into the weeds. I just want to know generally what pro forma revisions you made. So you made pro forma revisions to salaries and to depreciation. Anything else?
I lowered the utility cost at the wastewater treatment plant because we had implemented an energy audit and we were seeing savings at the wastewater utility plant.
Okay. Anything else?
I can't recall anything else at this time.
Okay, thank you. Did you make any revisions to capital costs?
Oh, the capital cost of labor. What we did is since we don't do projects like the maintenance workers did in the year previous, I took it back to a normalized level of $5,000, which is a contra expense account, basically.
All right. So you did make pro forma revisions for capital costs, or you didn't?
If you're talking about the capital cost of labor and equipment in the maintenance expense category, that one was adjusted and it was explained accordingly.
Okay. Did you take any of the pro forma revisions and any of the adjustment to expenses that we're talking about here and run a new rate scenario?
I have a new one that I have worked on, but I was told to basically not muddy the waters with, to give the unit cost sheet that everyone else was looking at and seeing. So I can easily go in and make those changes.
Well, I just want to know if you've done it and if you intend to include it in the record, and it doesn't sound like you do. So moving on, are you aware that the General Assembly recently acted to freeze the, I guess it's 2021 CERS contribution rates?
I was made aware of that last week.
All right. Have you made any last minute adjustment to expense or anything to account for that?
I would be just rolling back to, the 2406 instead of 2695.
All right. And finally, Ms. Musco, Princeton has asked for a rate case expense surcharge in this case, is that right?
That is correct.
Considering the several clearly demonstrated deficiencies in Princeton's revenue requirement methodology, which frankly I think could have been prevented by completion of a reliable cost of service study, do you still think it's fair to saddle Lyon and Caldwell with any rate case expense?
Yes, I do still think it's fair.
Why?
Just because someone else has their point of view doesn't mean that everything that's brought out is incorrect. And, I think that had Caldwell and Lyon wanted to discuss in more depth, they had the data back in October. And we could have all sat down and discussed and gotten to a different understanding possibly.
Well, I mean, this is Princeton's case. This is not Lyon and Caldwell's case. And you based the case on a methodology that I think everybody recognizes and you've admitted is an unreliable one, and you did not perform a cost of service study.
I didn't really admit it was unreliable. You just disagreed with the way it was looked at. It's the same study that I had presented to Caldwell and Lyon since 2012. This is the way we had been looking at rates since 2012.
So you think that considering the way this case has gone and the multiple data requests to try to drill down into what Princeton has done to arrive at a rate, Princeton should be entitled to the full extent of recovery for its rate case expense?
Vice Chairman, I would like to object again. I mean, this is getting far afield, and this is something that Mr. Gross and I can debate in legal briefs, and we can cite the Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court, on the decisions they've had, as well as this commission. I don't think this is an issue of fact for a witness to respond to.
Well, I mean, Mr. Vice Chair, in response, this is a specific request that was made by Princeton. She is Princeton's witness. I think she is certainly entitled to say whether or not she still believes that, considering the way this case has gone, that Princeton is still maintaining its entitlement to rate case surcharge. And this is going to be my last question.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection and let you ask the question.
Considering the way that this case has gone and the problems that I think we all agree have come to light with the methodology that Princeton used, is it still Princeton's position that the commission should award a rate case surcharge for the full amount of Princeton's rate case expenses?
I don't know if they should award the full amount. I think a lot of the information that was requested so far back to 1983, 1995, a lot of it had already been settled. And why we had to produce so many documents back to this thing, I think the time factor should be reimbursed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's all the questions that Lyon and Caldwell have at this time.
Okay, so now that it's 12:30, I think this is a good stopping point before Ms. Koenig starts to ask her questions. Let's break, let's say until 1:10, that's 40 minutes, since nobody has to, I don't think anybody has to go very far to get lunch. So we'll do it to 12:40, we'll be back on the record at 1:10, 40 minutes, okay?
And again, Mr. Vice, we should probably just leave everything open, right?
I don't have an issue with that, no. Go ahead and leave it open, because I have some of your exhibits I want to refer to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. We're in recess until 1:10. Thank you.
on.
Okay, good afternoon. We are back on the There we are. Everybody hear me? All right, good.
Yes.
Okay, we're back on the record, and we're still going to continue with a cross-examination of Ms. Musgrove. And rather than staff starting their questioning, I'm going to go ahead and ask the questions I have, which may eliminate some of staff's questions, and then we'll ask Commissioner Matthews if she has any questions, and then Mr. Osterloh, if you want to do a redirect, you can go ahead and do that. So is Ms. Musgrove, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay, great. So I want to refer, well, let me start with some general questions first. You indicated that there really is no allocation method that's based on any standard or any practice that you might have. It's just more guesstimates, I think was your reference before. Is that true?
No, it's not really guesstimates. I was employing more like a production unit cost method. And whenever I was reading different documents and they talked about a uniform flat rate and full cost accounting, I thought that was pretty much what they were talking about, was taking all of your costs and trying to recoup all your costs in that manner.
So when you have a sanitation system and you have a water production system and your assets are divided between the two, wouldn't you utilize a plant asset method to allocate cost if you didn't have anything else that was more appropriate?
What we have is, we have a general ledger that's set up by department. And any kind of a joint shared cost, such as insurance on plant assets, those are then allocated and split apart by where those assets are. So there may not be a cost allocation manual, but we allocate costs based on where the expense occurred, or what the asset was, or what the repair was to those particular units.
So just for my clarification, you talked about operating and maintenance costs, and the labor associated with that isn't coded on a time card from what I understand. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's the total hours, so that's the breakdown.
So how do you allocate for operating and maintenance between the two plants?
That's where we had, back in 2010 or 2012, when that spreadsheet was built, it was with conversations with the people at maintenance and the superintendent at that time as to what they thought the percentage share of time was. And so therefore, that's what we had never changed it from that time.
Okay. So you're using a 2012 percentage that was developed probably, again, based on a guesstimate rather than basing it on anything that has to do with the current situation or any type of a methodology that can be pointed to as having some scientific basis at this point. Let's move off of that one. You appear to have a fairly good cash balance, and I think that the commission thinks that's wonderful that you're apparently accumulating funds for future investment. But we do wonder, when you start to collect funds that may be what would be considered extravagant, and I'm going to get into these spreadsheets that were introduced by Mr. Goss as where I'm going to come from on my questioning. I'd like to go to, first of all, the Caldwell-Lyon County Water District Exhibit Number 2, which shows gross wages, healthcare, dental, vision, life insurance, CERS benefit, and Social Security, Medicare contributions for the total employee contributions. And I'm not going to say that I validated or I know how accurate it is, but taking at face value, I would like to ask a couple of questions with regard to it. Number one, it appears that the health care, which is being paid for at 100%, is somewhere around $17,928 per employee. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's about $1,500 a month.
And did I understand correctly that you said that back in 2002 or 2004, or one of those, and maybe it was more recent than that, you changed your health care coverage so that deductible was increased to $100 from zero deductible?
Oh, no, the deductible is much more than $100. It was the plan that they had in 2004. There was no deductible, no out of pocket, no nothing.
Okay. What is it now?
The single and family deductibles are like, well, I will have to get the exact numbers because the single is different from the whole family plan. But there's like $2,500 deductible and a maximum out of pocket of $5,000 or $6,000.
Okay, so I missed the first one. The deductible was what?
I said, that's where, if you can give me just a minute, I'll pull it up.
Okay, but it's not $100.
Oh, no. It's more like, it's either $1,500 to $2,500 per single.
So you believe that by increasing the deductibles and the maximum out of pocket, that it's still okay to pay 100% of health care?
I believe with the other changes that we've made in being able to reduce headcount, automate more things than what used to be done, that we've been able to manage the whole healthcare cost, and it's actually less than what it was in 2005.
But isn't your responsibility as a management group to reduce whatever expenses that you're able to reduce regardless of the category? And that if you were able to reduce all of those expenses and present a healthcare program that was market-driven rather than saying it needs to be 100%, wouldn't that still be your responsibility?
I think the market is the industry that we're in. And the discussions with the KRWA, and that I had with Andy Lang, is that it's been well documented that while wages may not be as high, utility benefit plans are kind of augmented, but just for the wages.
You've indicated that you believe that your employees are earned and paid on a market basis for salary, and so that's one of the reasons why you have health care at 100%?
No, I didn't say they were underpaid. I said that they are asked to do things that a lot of other workers will not do. And so I think they're compensated at a fair wage.
Okay, so you do believe they're compensated at a fair wage?
I think the total package that we give our employees is a fair package.
Okay, so I didn't ask that question. What I asked you was whether their salary was fair, because then I'd like to see as a healthcare, whether that is what you would be to consider reasonable. So is their salary a market-driven salary?
Yes, it compares with the Kentucky Rural Water Survey.
Okay, well, have you done any other survey besides the utility benefits survey that looked at 11 or 12 other water utilities in your area to compare what you pay for a salary and what you pay for benefits?
No, I have not.
Okay, so you don't really know whether it's market-driven or not, only that you've had 2 employees leave, and those 2 employees that left apparently came back because they couldn't find a comparable health care plan that was similar to yours. Is that correct?
They decided that the lower wage that we were paying, but the benefit was worth them coming back instead of the higher wages at the other place.
So you're saying that you're not market comparable wages, or just happened to be a different industry where they pay a higher wage, but it's a private sector, so most likely they don't pay 100% of health care?
No, it was another utility they went to that was of a larger city, and they offered higher wages. But whenever they did their math, it was better having the insurance coverage rather than the higher wages.
Are you familiar with any of the orders that have come out of the commission since 2016?
I am now.
So you're aware that 100% of health care is not considered to be reasonable in today's current marketplace or industry in general?
Yes, I know that position has been taken.
Well, yes, it's the position of the commission. Yes, that's what has been taken. So I looked at this exhibit, and healthcare represents 34% of what wages are. Your dental, vision, and life insurance, do you pay 100% of those?
No.
Okay.
We pay the single employee portion of that.
That represents 1.5%. Your pension contribution represents 21%, and your Social Security and Medicare contribution is 7.5%. So 64% of the total wages that you pay as salary are an additional 64% is paid for all other benefits. Do you think that's reasonable?
The unreasonable portion is the retirement piece that is out of my hand.
That represents 21%.
That's right.
So we could
And
call that a third.
We'll see if any of our employees ever get it.
So basically, your health care represents a third. Your health care represents over a half. Your pension represents 21%, and your other ancillary is about 9%. What about post-employment benefits, the other post-employment benefits? What are those?
That is an entry that the accountants get from the state level, actually.
Do you provide health care for retirees?
The state provides that. It's in the Kentucky retirement system rules and regulations, I guess.
So whatever that is, that's not included as part of total wages either, because you're putting that under a retiree entry?
The retirement system pays single retirement benefits based upon whether or not the person has a certain number of years with the system. The spouse or the other family would have to be borne by the retiree.
So let me ask it a different way. Does your CERS contribution include OPEB?
The CERS that's in this particular sheet does not include OPEB. it is my match of the 21, of the mandated, amount that I must deposit every year.
All right, so that's an additional amount that could be included on here. Okay. Let's go to the Exhibit 3 that Mr. Goss presented. This is the change in percentages year to year for compensation rates. We'll give a second here for it to be brought up.
Sorry, just a second, I think I'm paused again.
Just about there. Thank you. So, Ms. Musgrove, are you part-time or are you full-time?
I am a part-time individual. I work 25 hours a week, but that is, I'm an exempt individual.
So you work 25 hours a week?
Yes, the minimum amount for CERS.
So you work 25 hours a week. Are there other individuals that are considered part-time that you have a part-time clerical employee in here? Does she or he work 25 hours a week?
No,
So part-time employees at this point are earning full health care benefits.
I left a $200,000 job in banking to come to a less stressful environment and to basically semi-retire, and that was my deal with the commission whenever I came here.
So you negotiated a package that was favorable to bring you to the water district.
It was the bare minimum I could live with.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the whole thing.
I said it was the bare minimum I could live with.
Okay, but my question was, this was the package you negotiated that was favorable for you.
It was fair to all.
You haven't answered yes or no. That's what I'm looking for.
I think I do more than most financial directors do, and at a much lower price. So I guess your answer, it would be, yes, I did negotiate that, but I think they've gotten a very good deal over the years.
That's all right. I don't mind you giving your opinion with it as long as you answered yes or no. That's what I was looking for. So the answer is yes, because if I take your salary and I look at it spread across here, your salary has increased 34% from over this 5-year period. Do you think that's, actually I got 34%. Do you think that's reasonable?
The amount of work and what I do, yes.
So you're part-time and you've had a salary increase that far exceeds what would be considered reasonable on a package that you negotiated because you wanted to work part-time. Is that right?
No, not necessarily. I may only work 20, or show that I work 25 hours a week, but what they get from me for that amount of money is much greater than what a lot of other water districts do. I provide a lot more analysis and information to my board and financial narratives than what most other water utilities do, actually.
Are you still working about 25 hours a week?
Oh, I've been working 60 and 50 and 75 hours a week lately.
60 and 75 hours a week?
50, 48. I mean, through this thing, I've worked quite a bit more.
Do you get paid on an hourly basis?
I have been carrying over my time.
You mean as comp time?
Yes, as compensation.
Because my only question is it doesn't really matter what type of service you provide. You negotiate an agreement back in whenever it was that you came, and that would have all been part of that agreement, and now you've increased your wages 34% to do exactly what it was that you were hired to do when they hired you back coming from Fifth Third Bank. Now, it all depends on how much time you spend, but the hourly rate has increased 34%, which seems a little high.
When I was hired in, that's all they said that they could afford. And the commission at that point in time said that they would try to increase my wages as they could. And I think the changes that I've made, I've paid for myself.
The only other increase that I can see on this page that's really exorbitant is apparently the superintendent is new as of when? Can you tell me?
Our other superintendent had a personal matter that took him away from us in May of 2017. So this person was elevated from being the head of the distribution system and the maintenance department, Mr. Noel was. And then he has come along and we have brought his salary up to levels commensurate with the work he's done and with other superintendent positions in the area.
So he's been brought up to be similar to what the other superintendent was.
Yes, and he's doing more than that other superintendent did.
Could I ask one other question about your prior employment with Fifth Third Bank? You indicated that they had other perks that you were able to receive from them that you're not able to receive from the water district, and therefore that's one of the reasons why I guess either has to do with healthcare or whatever. What would those be?
In both of the banks I've worked at, we were given $2,500 to $5,000 a year for legal and accounting as far as having being an officer of the bank. We got stock options. The bonus system was quite nice. They gave us a basic kind of cafeteria plan where they would give a couple $1,000 and you could either use it to buy stock, buy additional insurance, or help to offset your family plan coverage. Those are the ones that come to my mind.
So just a couple of more questions. Do you think that the water district is subsidizing the sewer district?
No.
So you think that it's fairly allocated, the cost between the two?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I'm going to let Ms. Koenig ask some questions now.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Muscove. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try to skip over areas that have already been covered, so I might jump around a little bit. And if you need me to slow down or repeat something, please just let me know. If if I ask you something that you feel like another member of Princeton Water and Wastewater could answer better, just let me know that as well. Okay. I can't see you. I don't know if the camera's,
Camera's gone somewhere. So I can't see her either.
so I'm just checking to make sure that, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. It's
Okay.
coming back slowly.
Okay. Okay, great. I would like to fill in a few gaps that we had from questions that staff asked in the data requests. And I'd like to start with the rate case surcharge. I'm also, to try to cut down on time, if you need me to refer or pull up an exhibit, I can, but if you just recall, I'll go ahead and question to see if I can, if you recall and you can answer generally, then we'll just move on. But if you need a specific citation, then I can point you to that as well.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I just need some clarification on your position as financial director. And you answered a little bit of that with the vice chair, but I think you made this statement, another administrative position was made available and the position was filled. And I believe that you're referring to you maybe moving on from financial director and that a new financial director was hired. Could you clarify that and just let me know, identify the position that was created and the salary and?
It wasn't another financial director that was filled. I was planning on retiring at the end of the year. And I believe at that time, the department or the commission was either planning on using the city finance director in a part-time capacity or have a outside consultant, CPA, come in and work on matters that, at the end of the audits, the quarterly financials, and those type of things.
So was that position filled? You said they were planning on doing that?
We filled another office full-time person
Okay,
to take up,
okay. So, do you know the name of that position or the salary and benefits for that position or?
that person, let's see here.
And if you feel more comfortable, I could ask you in a post-hearing data request.
That person is office clerical and is not doing financial analysis. And right now, I think that person is at $14.50 an hour.
Okay, so I couldn't really understand the first thing that you said. Did you say clerical, office clerical?
She works in the front office.
Front office, okay, thank you, sorry. All right, and, we asked several times about an itemized list of the services that you provided Princeton associated with this rate case, specifically in the sense that you're asking for a rate case surcharge, and that you've claimed that you have done all these extra services in relation to this case. Do you have an itemized list of the services that you provided?
I think you have the narratives and all of the Excel spreadsheets that have been pulled together.
Right, and we still don't really understand if you have kept an itemized list. We don't have time records or other form of documentation to support your hours and services in reference to this case.
I have itemized daily whether I was working on PSC stuff or other commission stuff. And that's where I put in a supplement to Mr. Osterloh I think he's provided that.
Okay.
As far as the days I was working for PSC versus non-PSC stuff.
Okay, you think that's in that supplement, the last supplement that you provided?
Yes, it's by day.
By day? Okay. Okay. Oh, I can check that, or I can ask in post-hearing if that's not clear. Mr. Osterloh, did you want to say something?
I was just trying to pull it up on my computer. There should be a tab in that document. I think the last one we provided was on April the 17th, the supplement to 2-3. The tab Finance Time Accounting lists her daily hours spent on different or different tasks, including the PSC rate case.
Okay, is that, let's see, I think I have that up because I referenced it. So 2-3 rate case, and is it on the tab for Finance Director?
No, it's Finance Time Accounting, the last tab. If you're specifically looking at the document or the Excel file that's filed on April the 17th, saying, I think the file title is actually April 16th supplement.
Okay, I am looking at it. I'm not sure if we need to reference it for the rest of the group, but okay, it's called, or it's entitled PSC 2-3 rate case expense April supplement. And it's Excel file sheet, and there's a tab called Finance Time Accounting. So it's just, they're not, so it's just general hours. And it doesn't exactly explain the services provided by Ms. Muscove. It just states how many hours that she spent on the rate case. Is that correct?
That is correct. I don't mean to answer for Tracy. I'm just trying to make sure it's clear in the record. And
Yeah.
I guess, what the staff is looking for, I'm interpreting from your question, is more of what we would see in an attorney's billable time as opposed to just hours.
Okay, specifically, it's at a certain portion of the year, she's, has the position of Director of Finance and getting a salary. And then also working on the rate case, but if you we're trying to delineate between the rate case expense and the salary for Director of Finance, so that there's not a double recovery within the rate case.
Okay.
And that's what we're trying to delineate between.
Sure. And I guess the delineation that I see would be between columns B and column C. Under B, where it has PSC, that is my understanding is Ms. Muscove's time that she spent on this rate case, as opposed to column C, where it has PWWC, time that she has spent on other matters for the Water Commission.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll let you know if we need some additional information on that, but I think that's satisfactory. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Muscove, so you said that the position that I was referring to earlier, the new administrative position, was not the Director of Finance, but did Princeton hire a new Director of Finance?
No, not yet.
I'm sorry?
No, not yet.
Okay, okay. So when staff was looking at the condensed pro forma, there's an administrative expenses were increased to $56,758, and we thought that might be the annual salary of the new Director of Finance. But do you know what I'm talking about? Do I need to refer you to the Excel sheet?
I'm gonna pull it up here.
Okay, it's the amended response to staff's second request, item 1, pro forma Excel spreadsheet, tab condensed pro formas, pro forma operations. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
Which tab again?
Condensed pro formas.
Okay, there was a reduction of the 26,842 in administration.
Well, I am referring to the $56,758 in column D, pro forma adjustments.
Okay.
It's under operating expenses, administration, column D. And I believe it has like a little breakout box that says elimination of director of finance, net of base wage increases, and SIRS.
CER.
Okay, and so is that,
That's the two individuals that would be totally customer driven and not where I used to allocate mine and the superintendent's salary half to water and half to sewer. The new person is, so that was net of the increases of salaries of everyone else, and adding a new person that was gonna be full-time clinical admin.
okay. So really, I mean, what I'm hearing is that's an estimate and that would have to be worked out when the position is filled. So does that amount include benefits or besides this,
No.
the SIRS?
No, that amount is, that person is on staff. She was hired in November. So from 19, we're into 20, so it's a known thing as to what her new wages and all would end up being. And her benefits, everything is at $56,000.
Okay. But she is not the director of finance though.
No, we added staff to the office area because a lot of the things that I was doing, I have tried to offload, and then they'll probably have to have someone else come in some kind of a consulting fashion to do the other things that I had to do.
Okay. Okay, I feel like, you touched on the, test year and post-test year expense adjustments with Mr. Goss's questioning. But I do want to point out, there were a couple of, instances where you're asking for adjustments for wage and salary increases scheduled to take effect as much as 24 months after the test year. And so, I mean, I think we've covered that, that you understand that the commission has precedent on what is covered during a test year. But would you agree that if there is a forecasted wage and salary increase, if you're basing it on a historical test year, that a forecasted wage and salary increase 24 months outside of a test year, that would not properly be included in, or for rate-making purposes?
I guess that might be true. I mean, we're gonna be 1 month away from when that rate increase would take place, or when the salary increase would take place.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I know that you talked a little bit about hindsight is 20/20 on whether on the cost of service study, and whether you used too simple of a method to initially plan this rate increase. But you did also mention that you said something about this could have been settled a long time ago. What attempts were made to negotiate or settle?
I provided all of the information in a sit-down meeting with both water districts in October, and told them if they had any questions to please let us know. We'd be glad to talk and go from there. And there was not a question sent. And actually, I was told by Lyon County that they were not going to protest up until the day that the protest was filed.
Okay,
And so, I mean, we gave them all of the information. We gave that, we showed them where we were coming from, but we had no questions back or was asked not to, we weren't invited to come to their board and explain anything. So we put it out there for them and we had no takers.
okay, but it seems like, did you review Mr. Valine's methodology and his figures, the testimony filed by the districts, by their expert?
I tried to.
Okay, and you've said that you feel like it's just a disagreement between methods? You don't think it's wrong? You just think that it's a different method? Is that
I think
correct?
there's always different ways to look at it, and the manuals even talk about different methods to set rates.
Okay. So Princeton's proposed rate is $2.97 per 100 cubic foot, and Mr. Valine's rate is $2.59 per 100 cubic foot. And then, so that's 38 cents difference, but it means a great deal in the world of wholesale rates, correct? 38 cents?
So the full increase was gonna be 90 cents or $1 a thousand gallons, is all they would have had to have recouped. I think the question might be why they take $3 and mark it up to 25.
Okay, so it's more than just, do you feel like that you've made some concessions since this process began? Do you feel like you've made some adjustments that were reasonable to your method? Or do you see?
I believe in the unit cost sheet, there are some changes that I can make, and we've learned through this, just in digging more information out, where we can recoup some of our costs and not spread it over a class of customers. The NARUC, if that's the method that's going to be used instead of the accounting depreciation, I have better numbers now. So, there would be changes that would be made knowing now what I know.
Okay, so, and you mentioned, so you sat down when this first started in October, but that you weren't invited to a meeting to discuss this after the case started? So have the parties discussed settlement since this case was filed?
I've had no phone calls from either party.
Okay, and so merger has never been discussed between Caldwell and Princeton, or has that been an issue that's been raised?
The issue was raised that we should look at, that we should possibly see the savings that could take place and probably cut expenses at the county customer level by quite a bit. And it's something that could be explored. rather than just everyone sitting in their little corner saying, no, it'll never happen. I mean, when you have that, you don't need the duplicities of a lot of different positions. And you don't need two audits, you don't need two offices, you don't need you don't need a lot of the duplication that's in play right now. And I think it should be explored.
Okay. I'd just like to ask for some clarification on some of the support that you filed. What did you mean by that you collaborated with Stephen Lapp and Tom Roberts of the UNC Environmental Center? Do you mean that you collaborated to set the retail and wholesale rates?
No, they had rate scenarios that they could run and put in the actual balance sheet and what new rates or no changes to rates and how soon you actually burn through cash and, at the rate of how the assets are depreciated. And then they also did, just gave us more insight to our actual customer base. And so they helped with different rate scenarios and we discussed different methodologies.
Okay. Okay. And you've mentioned that you were a commercial lender, and that your analytical skills, help you to evaluate operations as a water producer. Could you explain a little bit of how that comes into play?
When I was in commercial lending, I did lending for, I was a generalist. So I would have barge lines, utilities, colleges, moving and storage companies, convenience store companies, restaurants. I did a lot of different lending, which would require me to get into each particular industry to figure out what the positives, negatives, and just to understand the appropriate way to structure loans. Some of my companies did mergers. I did coal mine. It's just, I've used my analytical ability to my advantage for a number of years.
Okay. And so as a former member of the Board of Commissioners, can you explain your involvement in the previous rate increases and how much you were involved?
From 2004, the chairman and I, he was a banker also, would work with the superintendent that was in play at that time and try to get in and understand the accounting or lack thereof that was in place. And we started building spreadsheets and trying to build models that looked at water loss and looked at different things and did more comparisons than they had never done that before.
Okay. And you mentioned attending a seminar for Kentucky Rural Water Association. It said it allowed you to have the ability to ensure Princeton's water operations were operating within industry standards. Can you elaborate on that?
Can you refer me to where that statement is made exactly?
Yeah, it's staff's third information requests, and you mentioned Kentucky Rural Water seminars, an attendee of One World Summit, and stated that these seminars provided the support for you to make an equitable rate for the retail rates and the wholesale rates. Can you explain how that you were able to apply that to this?
I think all of the management seminars that I've attended through Kentucky Rural Water, I actually even had taken models of this information and had gone over in numerous years the methods that I was kind of looking at. And the One Water Summit was basically a large national view of the issues that are facing water utilities across the country. And so it was like, I guess, continued education.
Okay, but then you admit that you landed on a more simplistic method that didn't take several allocations and itemizations into consideration, and that was informed. That decision was informed by your experience at these seminars and your background as a commercial lender. That informed your decision to go with this methodology.
It was trying to figure out what our cost to produce water was.
Okay,
And that was just the basic of it.
okay. And so did you have a position with Princeton at the time of the 2002 rate increase?
No, I did not.
Okay, and you don't know why they had a 40%, they raised their rates by 40%?
What I saw in the minutes was that they asked the question of Mr. Woolwine at the time, and he said we needed a 40% rate increase.
Okay. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you for your time, Ms. Muscove.
So Commissioner Matthews, do you have any questions?
Just, to the witness, do you believe there's a difference between your rather extensive and impressive banking background and the regulatory accounting and the way utilities are, specifically how the commission has jurisdiction over the wholesale contracts that go to our jurisdictional utilities?
As far as the differences in the accounting, no. I mean, I have cost accounting background, and then, accounting that all of my industries that I worked with would have audited financials. So being able to analyze that is the same analysis-wise. Making differences between the class of customers and that the PSC can look at rates on behalf of the county customers but not of the city customers, I guess, is different in what I'm used to.
So there are some nuances that are,
Yes.
And after you've heard and you went through the questioning by Mr. Goss and the vice chairman and staff attorney, and you said, well, there are some changes that I would make or some things I would do differently. Did I hear you say that correctly?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, would you have a ballpark? I mean, would that make the rates, the wholesale rate higher or lower?
It would probably adjust it downward some because we figured out on the sewer side, the water use there, we know where most of that is going and where we can bill for that. So that would come out of part of the equation. I know that it is not acceptable now for 100% of the insurance, but that's what our market basically requires for our employees. So I'll have to find out where to pull that out and spread that in a rate in a different class and also wholesale. So.
And then the changes on the depreciation as well?
The depreciation, yes, now, the work that I've put into it at your request, we have a more exact, asset allocation, and, it is all by department, and so that would change also.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for you, Commissioner Matthews?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have just one follow-up question, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Osterloh for a redirect. You did indicate, Ms. Musgrove, that you are accumulating time on this case but not being paid. Is that correct?
That's correct right now, yes.
How will that be paid out, or in what form of compensation will that be paid?
The commission is considering that right, when I say commission, I mean my commission members is considering that.
So no
They
formula,
haven't decided.
no formula has been worked out?
They haven't decided at this time.
Okay, you've just been asked to accumulate your hours and then it'll all be worked out.
I'm hoping that it will all be worked out.
Okay, and you're just accumulating your hours?
Continuing to work and just have a carryover balance, yes.
Okay. Mr. Osterloh, redirect?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Musgrove, I only have a handful of follow-up questions. You answered some questions about the allocation between water and sewer that shows up in the unit cost worksheet, where it was a 45% to water, 55% to sewer on joint expenses for maintenance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you, I think, answered to the Vice Chair's question that actually started, that was something that was derived in 2012, is that correct?
We had several sewer projects that were ongoing at that point in time in 2012, and before the rehab work was done, we were having a lot of issues with sewer backup. And so the time that was being spent then was probably more skewed to sewer than water.
And so if we move forward to present day, those projects for the sewer system and those issues aren't present, are they?
No, those were completed, and whenever we did an actual, tried to pull as many of our factual numbers, the inventory usage, the parts that were used, the work orders, the percentage of those being water versus sewer, and just in talking with how flushing has increased, time spent on water sampling has increased, meter reading has decreased because we went from five times a month to one time a month. More time is spent on water by far now.
Okay, so it's fair to say that maybe one of the changes that Princeton may have and would be appropriate is to change that 45-55 allocation going forward.
I would, yes.
Okay. Switching gears, I'd like to ask you a couple questions on the service charges that were discussed by Mr. Goss. And he pointed out that Princeton is proposing to increase those customer costs $2 per meter, so that it would be a $6 per month charge per meter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as I recall, Mr. Goss pointed out that the water districts have less than 1/2 of 1% of the meters in Princeton's system. Is that correct? based on your calculation of the customer charge, is it also true that the water districts would share in less than 0.5% of that customer charge?
The math would be they have 15 meters times 6, so $90, is that right? Yes, $90 times 12, and that comes out to just around $1,000 of a $250,000 allocation of administrative fees. So it's probably, if you say it's 0.5%, I agree with you then.
Okay. And just to be clear, that the increase, the $2 per month times 15 meters times 12 months is a $360 increase for both the two water districts, correct?
That would be correct.
Out of hundreds of thousands of dollars that they pay annually towards their water service, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. Mr. Goss, do you have any other questions?
Yes, sir, I do, briefly. Ms. Musgrove, in answer to Ms. Koenig's questions a little bit earlier, I thought I understood you to say that Princeton had its initial meeting with both water districts concerning the rate increase, and the water districts, neither Lyon nor Caldwell, ever had any sort of substantive follow-up questions, nor did they request in any way to negotiate the 30% rate increase that Princeton was seeking. Is that your testimony?
Had no follow-up until the last day before the filing, when I think the attorney for Caldwell read the contract that they would negotiate in good faith, and she put out there, we want to negotiate. And that was the day before the filing.
Okay, so that's completely different from what you testified to just about 30 minutes ago, isn't it? When you said there was no suggestion of negotiation or discussion about the rate increase.
They had already decided in their meeting to go forward with we had already been told that they were going forward with the protest.
I'm frankly flabbergasted by your testimony. You said not 30 minutes ago that Princeton never received any sort of follow-up questions or requests for negotiation from either Caldwell or Lyon. Is that not what you said?
I said they had the information in October, and basically 2 months had passed, and we had never received anything from them. And then they did a half-hearted, do we want to negotiate, that came to our board, and they said, not at this point in time.
Now, how do you know it was half-hearted? How do you know that?
Well,
Did you talk to anybody at Caldwell that told you it was a half-hearted request?
we heard from individuals who were at the meeting the night before.
Well, tell me who Todd Wetzel. Okay, tell me who Daley Wilson is.
She is their attorney,
Who's attorney?
Caldwell, I believe.
And who is Todd Wetzel?
He is our attorney.
Would it surprise you to learn that I had letters in my possession that I'm happy to put up on the screen, where Daley Wilson in a December 11th letter said, our board, I'm paraphrasing, has asked me to contact you. This is addressed to Mr. Todd Wetzel, the attorney for Princeton, to inquire if Princeton Water and Wastewater Commission will negotiate the proposed 30% water rate increase. That's December 11th, 2019, 6 months ago. And that I have a follow-up letter the day after from Mr. Todd Wetzel back to Ms. Daley Wilson that says, It is my client's position that the proposed rate increase is based upon a thorough analysis and is fair and reasonable in all respects. As such, my client respectfully declines your client's request to enter into negotiations with respect to the proposed rate increase. Would it surprise you if I had those letters in my possession?
Oh, not at all.
Were you aware of these letters when you gave your testimony about 30 minutes ago?
Yes, I was. I don't consider that asking questions about the information that we had provided. They had 2 months to do so, and they were down to the last day that they could, protest, I think they were being told, and, we were being told by Lyon County still at the same point that they were okay with it. So we had one water district that was okay with it and one that wasn't, and we decided to move forward.
And you chose, and with the one that was not okay with it, you decided to completely disregard a request by that very district to negotiate your rate increase because you thought you had made a thorough analysis and you stood behind your filing, didn't you?
The commission decided that they had had enough time, and if they had really wanted to negotiate, that there had been ample time to come in and actually understand each other's position and discuss it for a month and a half, 2 months, and that it was down to the last day and we needed to move forward.
Well, now, Ms. Musgrove, you're a sophisticated person. You realize that negotiations can result in settlements of matters right up to the day before something's going to happen, or right before the day before an order can be entered, don't you? You've seen that before, haven't you?
Mr. Vice Chairman, if I can interrupt, I'm still confused as to how this line of questioning relates to the fair, just, and reasonable rate going forward. It's not talking about the utilities' revenues. It's not talking about their expenses. It's just getting far afield of what we're here to discuss today.
Mr. Vice Chair, the response to that is this witness said 30 minutes ago that one of my clients had no intention of ever asking a question or discussing any sort of settlement of this very large rate increase, and that is absolutely incorrect.
Well, in that case, Mr. Goss has asked the questions and our witnesses responded to.
Well, I think I should be given some leeway here, Mr. Vice Chairman, because she made a statement 30 minutes ago that is just frankly untrue. And I have the letters, and I'm prepared to offer those letters as an exhibit to this hearing. They were not provided to opposing counsel because, frankly, I had no idea that Princeton would try to say that one of my clients failed to want to negotiate this case. So this is surprising information to me, and I think these letters should be made of record.
Actually, I'm surprised myself after listening to the testimony from Ms. Musgrove that basically stated that no attempt was made to be contacted by any of the parties prior to the day before this suit was initiated, or this case was initiated with the commission. So I'm very shocked that Ms. Musgrove would either intentionally misstate it or that she is that confused about what the question was. And because of that, you can continue with your questioning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm about finished, but I would like to offer up the 2 letters. Allison, if you could please pull those up so the witness can see exactly what I'm talking about.
You can go ahead and try to put them up. I definitely think that you should submit them if they haven't been submitted in any prior submission to the commission, because I'm interested in seeing the letters.
We have them, and we saved them, and Ms. Honaker's pulling them up right now.
Ms. Koenig, do you have those copies of those letters, or that's not part of any package you've gotten?
I've never seen anything like that, sir, and nothing's been filed in the record to that effect.
Can I ask why there was nothing filed prior regarding those letters, Mr. Goss?
Yes, sir, because I had absolutely no idea that this would be an issue in the case and had no intention whatsoever of offering them.
Well, given that the witness has made the statement that there was no attempt to contact them regarding a negotiation prior to the filing of this case, I don't know, from a legal standpoint, I'm going to ask for some help here from my counsel.
Well, sir, we could, if he can email, I'm sorry, I'm getting some instructions from Office of General Counsel and our executive director, but if we could take a break and he could email them to all the parties, we could all see them, and of course, new evidence can be entertained to impeach, or to, if there's something to clarify. So if you want to take a break, we can get that, but I think that she has pulled them up. And of course, we don't have hard copies here, but we have
Yeah,
it.
and I'm happy to do whatever you want to do, Mr. Vice Chair. They're literally 2 or 3 sentence letters, both of them.
We're going to we're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. I'm going to consult with some other parties here that have greater legal background than mine, but obviously, from the perspective of it being relevant to this, I think it's very relevant. We're going to take a quick 10-minute recess. We'll be back on at 2:35. So we're in recess.
Mr. Vice Chair, would you like for me to scan those and email them out, or do you want to consult?
Yes,
with
would
your
you
folks
please
first?
send those to Ms. Koenig? You have her email address, do you not?
I do, and I'll send it to Mr. Osterloh, Mr. Gardner as well.
That would work. Please do.
Okay,
Do
great.
is
Thank
10
you.
minutes enough time, or do you need 15 minutes?
15 if I could have it.
15 minutes.
And Mr. Goss, do you intend to make these an exhibit today, or you want to make them part of the record in a later filing, or?
I like to make them an exhibit.
Okay.
Okay, so 2:40, we will be back in session. So we're in recess
Okay,
until
thank you.
2:40. Thank you.
Thank you.
ready, sir, take off.
Okay, I think that we're back in session, and we've received the copies of the 2 letters referenced by Mr. Goss. It very much appears that an attempt was made to contact Princeton Water to negotiate the rate, and that Princeton Water declined to negotiate that rate, saying that they believe that the rate that was presented was fair and reasonable. Mr. Goss, you may continue.
Those are all the questions I have. Mr. Vice Chair, I would move, Lyon and Caldwell would move for admission of these 2 letters as the next exhibit, which would be number 5, I think.
The 2 of them together is number 5?
Yes, sir, collective 5.
Okay. Ms. Koenig, do you have anything else?
Yes, sir. Ms. Muscove, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I just had a couple of questions to clarify, employees' salaries and benefits. I would like to ask in a post-hearing data request, to, and unless you know off the top of your head, and, there are a few part-time positions that look like they've been replaced, and maybe 2 were replaced with 1 full-time. And just, we'd like to ask to clarify that in post-hearing data requests and ask for their hire date, hourly wages, and when the new employee will be eligible for benefits. And I'm referring to the 310 salary and budget 2021 Excel file, just for reference. And then I would also like to ask, do you know if the capitalized labor, $39,075 included overhead costs? Do you know if that amount?
The capitalized labor would have included, the hourly charges that were spent on a particular project and equipment, hour rates and stuff to capitalize that particular, improvement that was made to the city. And regarding the part-time people, number 155 and
201?
201, yes. Those have been our part-time, they were retired individuals from different areas, and they worked part-time whenever we had 2 full-time people left. So they were the front office staff on busy time. We've hired a 209 or 210, whichever one that one is, and she came on in November. She's the one I said is at $14.50 an hour, and her benefits started January 1, and so therefore we have not used the other part-time people as much and plan to probably take those hours down even further.
Okay. Do you know if the capitalized labor amount included employee benefits or payroll taxes?
We have a rate that we say is the hourly cost of our, whenever we bill services to anyone, and it is an all-in cost, so that would have been, would have probably been included in there.
Could you, as a post-hearing data request, separately identify the elements of the capitalized labor, the labor costs, employee insurance premiums, retirement, and payroll taxes?
I can include the entries that were made, and on my worksheet, I'll be able to see what hourly rate was used, whether it was fully loaded or whether or not it was just an average hourly rate.
Okay, thank you. And then that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews, do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Okay, I do not. Mr. Osterloh, one last shot for you.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, I guess this witness may be excused. Thank you, Ms. Musgrove. Okay, Mr. Osterloh, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Princeton's next witness will be James Knoll. James, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you able to be quick? Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, I see. Mr. Knoll. Mr. Knoll, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Osterloh, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Knoll, can you state your name for the record, please?
James Knoll,
And by whom are you employed?
Princeton Water and Wastewater,
What is your title there?
Superintendent.
Did you, was your name a sponsor for certain of Princeton's responses to data requests in this case?
Yes,
And subject to the supplements and corrections that Princeton has put in the record, do you have any changes to the responses that you sponsored?
no, sir.
And do you adopt those responses here today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Vice Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Goss?
I have no questions, Commissioner Cicero.
Ms. Koenig?
Yes, hi, Mr. Knoll. I just have a couple of questions for you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So if I should direct this to somebody else, please just let me know, but I want to clarify on, it's a Excel spreadsheet, that was updated, staff's first request for information, item 12. And, it indicates there are 3 employees identified on the schedule as being no longer employed. A water treatment plant operator, maintenance distribution, employee number 195, maintenance distribution, employee number 204. It explained in the response to the 3rd request for information that, that an employee has resigned and the decision to replace him was being deferred. Can you identify the employee that resigned?
Yeah, she was in the maintenance department, also had a water treatment plant certification that we would, use him at both departments. We have not made a decision on whether or not to replace him at this time due to the uncertainties that we face. I mean, the coronavirus has left us with some uncertainties, plus this rate case.
Okay. And were you a part of the utility benefits survey that was submitted recently? Were you involved with that?
Other than asking our office personnel to assist Tracy, no.
Okay. When did you start with Princeton?
December of 1997.
And what was your position when you started?
I'm not sure what the positions are. I checked those stations, I mowed, and I started.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. There's some feedback. I couldn't understand what you said.
I started out at the lowest position at the water department. It's,
Okay, and worked your way up?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can you just kind of take us through your progression and you're superintendent now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Shortly after, I don't know the exact time, but shortly after hiring on at the lowest position. We had some people leave. I moved up into the maintenance department itself. Was probably in just that maintenance, personnel spot for maybe about 10 years. There was some more personnel that left and promotions were made, and my maintenance supervisor was promoted to superintendent position. I then was promoted to the maintenance corner position. And then all of a sudden, it was a shock to all of us of the events that took place that put me at the position I am now.
I'm sorry, it was a shock to you to be put in the position?
Well, I mean, the circumstances of what brought it available, yes.
Okay, are those circumstances relevant to this hearing, or?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay, because I don't think the commission's been made aware of that. But I guess what I want to get to is you've been there for quite some time. Were you involved in the 2002 rate increase, 40% rate increase?
No.
So you don't know what that was based on, or you had no association with I believe it was Quest Engineering, their analysis to?
No, ma'am, that was above my position at the time.
Okay. What about relations between Caldwell and Lyon counties and Princeton? There seems to be some type of conflict or difficulty in communication or discussions that cause this to, end up at the commission, and then also, that adjustments weren't made or discussions weren't made to address, reasonable concessions and looking at different calculations. Has there always been a problem between Princeton, Caldwell, and Lyon counties?
No, not at all. And, there hasn't been in the past.
Has there been recently?
We have some differences on the way the county meters are being handled, but that's strictly with Caldwell County. It has nothing to do with Lyon County. We have no issue with Lyon County at all.
Okay. Do you have anything else you feel like would be relevant to this rate case that you want to add?
Other than the fact that as the superintendent of the water department, I just want to do what's best for our whole community. And, this has been another learning process for me. Hope that I never am involved in this situation again. Wish maybe things would have went a different way as far as being able to negotiate. But no, I don't have anything really other than that to add.
Okay, I appreciate your time. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Matthews, do you have anything?
I do not.
I only have a couple of questions. Mr. Knoll, what are your responsibilities with the water district? What does your superintendent position entail?
The finances is left to Tracy, Director of Finance. But I take care of the daily operations of the water and wastewater, both at I oversee all 4 departments.
Okay, and did you say that Ms. Musgrove reports to you, or she doesn't report to you?
She does.
Okay, so you have responsibility for all of the functions of the district.
Yes, yes, sir.
So you helped participate in the development of the rates that were presented.
It was mainly Tracy's work that I did not oppose.
I'm sorry, did you participate in the development of the rates? I didn't quite understand.
No, Tracy developed the rates.
Okay, but when there was a discussion on what to include in the rates of the water versus what should be presumed to be part of the sewer side of it, did you participate in that?
As far as what?
Costs that should be part of water or costs that should be part of sewer?
I mean, we went through the depreciation schedule and, looking at what should be allocated to the water and what should be towards the wastewater.
Was that the extent of it?
This has been mostly Tracy's
Okay.
project, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Osterloh, do you have some redirect?
No redirect.
Mr. Goss, you didn't have anything? Ms. Keeney, you don't have anything? I guess this witness may be excused. Thank you, Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm
Yes.
sorry, this is Mr. Goss. I didn't have any questions initially, but the questions that were asked by Commission Counsel and the Vice Chair caused me to need to ask one or two, if I may.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Knoll, the allocations that you just talked about, were those for depreciation only, depreciation of utility plant?
Yeah, it was equipment and things of that matter that Tracy was unclear where it should be placed.
All right, did you and Ms. Musco consult on the allocation of labor that is for maintenance or administrative, as to what portion should be water and what portion should be sewer, and then a sub-allocation as to what portion should be retail and what portion should be wholesale? Did you engage in any of those conversations with her?
The 45-55 was already decided before me. No, I didn't.
Okay, did you agree, I mean, you're the superintendent, did you agree with the 45-55, or did you have an opinion one way or the other?
I'll be honest with you, I think that the water should be higher, but now I'm not sure that I would have to have someone explain to me how that I'm supposed to allocate this towards wholesale versus retail. That part would be something that I would have to be explained on how to distinguish the two. Now, we can definitely track the work done by the maintenance department better by looking at, it's going to be time extension and detailing everything they do throughout the day, because they could be doing anything from cleaning bathrooms to making water meter settings, fixing busted mains, replacing sewer laterals, and so forth.
Would you expect that a superintendent going forward, having learned what you've learned in this rec case and the importance of those types of allocations, that your policies with respect to that will change?
Yes, sir, most definitely.
And were you aware at all of the issue that we just talked about, where Caldwell District had reached out to Princeton, fairly early on in this process to discuss a negotiation of the rate increase? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of the letter, yes.
And how long have you been aware of it?
Since it was issued.
Do you have any, I mean, do you know why the parties never negotiated? I mean, it appears that Princeton said, I don't want to negotiate. And I guess the better question is, do you know why Princeton didn't want to negotiate?
I think that we thought that the numbers that we presented were sound, and that, we had initially thought that the rate increase would be much higher than what we were presenting, and, fully trusted the numbers that Tracy provided.
And in hindsight, do you wish that, does Princeton wish that it had actually sat down with Caldwell and maybe even Lyon and discussed this issue before tens of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees were spent and commission resources were used?
I never wanted to end up in this situation, if that's what you're asking.
Thank you, sir, that's all.
Okay, nobody else has any questions? Mr. Osterloh, one last crack at the apple. Do you have anything else,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Osterloh?
I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, do you have any other questions? One last crack here?
No, no questions for Mr. Knoll.
All right, this witness may be excused. Mr.
Thank you.
Osterloh, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Princeton's next witness will be Ricky Oakley. Mr. Oakley, are you there?
I am, yes.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Oakley. Would you raise your right hand, Mr. Oakley? And speak so that the camera can see you.
Okay.
There you are, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Osterloh, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Oakley, can you state your name for the record, please?
Ricky Oakley,
And who employs you?
engineering firm of Heathcote and Davis.
What is your role there?
I'm a project engineer.
And is Heathcote and Davis the primary engineer for Princeton Water and Wastewater Commission?
We are.
And have you had experience with Princeton system?
Yes, I have.
Let me ask you, what is your business address?
It's 278 Franklin Road, Brentwood, Tennessee. 37027, I believe, is the zip.
Thanks. Did you sponsor certain responses to requests for information that have been filed in this case?
We prepared some maps, provided some information about the system.
And you may be aware that other engineers in your firm were also identified as sponsoring witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are here today to respond to questions on those, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any changes or corrections that you know of to the information that you provided, correct?
No, sir.
So it's safe for us, the Princeton, to adopt those responses here today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Vice Chair, I believe that that's all the questions that I have for Mr. Oakley.
Thank you. Mr. Goss, you may ask.
Now, Mr. Oakley, you live in Tennessee. You haven't driven up into Kentucky lately, have you?
No, sir.
Good. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Koenig.
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews.
I have no questions.
Wow. I have no questions either. It's a good thing you didn't drive all the way to Frankfurt. If there's, Mr. Osterloh, if you have nothing else to add to it, I believe this witness can be excused.
That's correct, and I know Eric Broomfield was also going to be available. I presume since there were no questions of Mr. Oakley, there won't be any questions of Mr. Broomfield, so we won't need to call that last witness.
Okay.
The water districts do not have any, that's correct.
Staff has no further
And
questions.
I have no questions. Commissioner Matthews?
I have no questions.
Okay. So he is clear as well. Is that your last witness, Mr. Osterley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Goss.
Yes, Your Honor, we have Alan Valines to get on the witness stand, the virtual witness stand first, so I'd call Alan Valines.
Okay. I'm looking for him, but oh, there he is. Mr. Valines, hi, how are you? Can you raise your right hand, please? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Goss, you may ask.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Valines, state your full name for the record, by whom you're employed, and your title.
Alan Valines. I'm a self-employed consultant with Kentucky Rural Water Association.
And have you caused to be filed pre-filed testimony and or responses to data requests in the record in this case?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any revisions or amendments to your testimony that you need to make today?
And yes, sir, I do. Regarding the testimony that was filed March 20th of 2020, there was a figure given in, it was item number 6, line 22 and following thereafter.
Is that page 6? You said item 6. Do you mean page 6?
Yes, I guess it is, page 6, sorry. Line 22. And then a couple lines after that, I had a figure there for revenue requirement from wholesale customers, and I would like to revise that figure to $556,836. I had a figure after that for the recommended wholesale rate. I'd like to revise that figure to $2.53 per 100 cubic feet. And that results in a 10.8% increase. And I'll be happy to explain those adjustments during my live.
All right, so thank you. With that change to your testimony, do you adopt your pre-filed testimony and or responses to data requests as your testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
If you were asked the same questions, either by testimony or by written interrogatory as you were previously asked, would all your answers be the same?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Osterloh?
Yes, thank you. And Vice Mayor, I don't know how to address this. I mean, we're getting in information where he's changing his testimony on the day of the hearing. I don't know how effectively I can cross-examine a witness receiving that information the time of. I guess I'll ask questions and then reserve the right to object if that's appropriate.
And it's your concern that he changed the final product of the study that he produced? Is that the concern?
Yeah, so I don't know what exactly the change is other than what you just identified, so I just don't know, I don't know what to do.
Well, let's proceed and go ahead and reserve your right to object to any information that may or may not be considered accurate at this point, but go ahead and please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Valines.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay, great. So let's, I guess, jump right in where you're wanting to correct testimony. Just looking at the numbers, that's approximately a $10,000 decrease in annual revenue requirement. Is that accurate?
That's about right, yeah. A little bit more.
And can you explain what you have changed in your analysis that results in that decrease?
Well, there were changes in Princeton's third response to the PSC staff request for information. in the amended pro forma, PSC number 2-1, and particularly in salary costs, direct salaries, and salary-related expenses. And I plugged that into the spreadsheet to get new values. Ms. Musgrove reduced the salary costs and salary expenses. And then one other factor, when I first did my rate study, the anticipated rate for the CERS retirement program was going to go up. And since that time, the legislature decided, due to the ongoing situation, to leave the CERS rate the same as it was last year. So that's the other change that I made in my calculation. So it was simply due to those two new issues that I made my change.
And just so I understand, in terms of salary expenses that were being reduced, that comes from the amended pro forma that Princeton submitted a couple weeks ago, I believe.
That's right.
Do you know, well, never mind. We will ask for, as a post-hearing data request, that spreadsheet that you would have amended that then now shows the two figures that you previously described in terms of the your recommended revenue requirement as well as the wholesale rate.
Okay.
And of course, I'll give the same advice that I gave to Mr. Goss, as long as everything is written out, and we'll go through the dates at the end of the hearing, but just so that all the parties receive a copy of the specific request that you make, I see no issue with it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Lyons, you, in response to data requests, you indicated that you've produced a rate study for more than 20 utilities that resulted in a rate case before this commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were those all in your current role as a consultant with the Kentucky Rural Water Association?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your process in helping prepare rate studies for those utilities?
Well, I guess it's like anyone else would go about it. First, try to gather needed information, and then all of these cases have been the ARF style application. There was guidance from the PSC about the format for those applications, and just develop the spreadsheets and so forth on PSC guidelines and PSC staff. I'm sorry, staff reports from past cases, following those adjustments to expenses and so forth that it's normally required.
Okay, and you mentioned that these were all ARF cases, or alternate rate filing cases, correct?
That's right.
Do you know whether or not the Public Service Commission regulations allows municipal utility to file an alternate rate filing case?
I don't think so.
Okay, and just going back to kind of your process, you mentioned you gather information. How do you do that? Is that information that is sent to you from the utility, or is it you go visit on site to learn some of this?
I rarely go on site. I handle most of this through emails and so forth to an office manager or someone else, maybe the general manager at the utility, gather the information, and then follow up with questions. Sometimes it's necessary to talk to the accountant for the, and I mean the outside accountant for the utility, to get further details than what the staff at the utility can provide.
Okay, so it's a deliberate process with the utility to where you have to interact with them and their representatives.
Right. usually a lot of back and forth to
Okay.
get to the information that you need.
Have you met with any of the representatives of the Princeton Water and Wastewater Commission while you were developing your opinions in this case?
No, I haven't.
And not just meetings, but you haven't had any discussions with any of them, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I'd like to ask you a few questions about some of the calculations that you've provided. Starting with the difference between customer costs or customer expenses and administration and general expenses. In your calculations, and you know what, maybe it's best if I go ahead and bring up the spreadsheet that you previously produced so that we can all be on the same page. I'm going to try an attempt to share my screen. And let's see if this comes through.
It did?
Okay. And I can only presume, Mr. Valines, that this is really small text on your computer. Are you able?
I have the same spreadsheet on my own laptop, so I can.
Okay. Okay. So, in your calculations, and I'm looking at the matrix tab of the spreadsheet that you've produced. In your calculations, you've allocated certain administrative expenses between two categories, customer accounts and administration in general. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, for the administration group, that's correct.
Okay. And so with the exception of the salaries for the finance director and the superintendent, you've allocated those administrative expenses based on a factor of 85% to customer accounts and 15% to administration in general, correct?
Correct.
And that's what I guess one of your comments say is 85% allocated to customer accounts based on past interview with similar municipal system. Is that correct?
Right.
What system are you referring to there?
That was Dawson Springs. I did a wholesale rate study for the city of Dawson Springs.
And when was that interview?
About a year ago, I believe.
And how did you come up with the ratio of 85 to 15?
Well, it was somewhat subjective estimate from the office manager there.
And do you have any reason to believe that that same allocation would be appropriate for Princeton?
Well, yes, sir, I do. Hang on just a minute. Let me look at my notes. In the third response to the PSC request for information, Ms. Musco provided a lot more detail about the work that the office staff does and down to each employee level. And I applied those estimates that she provided to the salaries that were in one of the other spreadsheets, and actually came back very close to 85%. So that was a nice double check to that other piece of information that I had from Dawson Springs.
And are you familiar with similarities or differences between Dawson Springs water operations and Princeton's water operations?
I think they're approximately the same size, about the same size staff, and I just thought that would be a rough estimate of the situation at Princeton also. And it was confirmed with this latest analysis I did based on Ms. Musco's third response to the PSC request for information.
Did you come up with any sort of specific calculation on how you would say that the 85-15 allocation that you approximated early on was similar to Ms. Musco's data responses? In other words, is there a formal metric that you can pull out of the information provided by Princeton to come up with that 85-25? I'm sorry, 8515.
Well, as I explained, she described what the function of various employees in the office do. And using those percentages, for example, there were a couple of employees that did 100% customer service. So I took 100% of their salary cost, and then some other employees were 50-50, if I remember correctly. She gave different percentages. I applied those percentages to the salary cost, and then the amount of dollars that went for customer service divided by the total dollars for the staff was 83%. So that confirms that the 85% was in the ballpark at least. And she said there are 2 part-time employees now, and in the spreadsheet that I was using, she had provided previously, there was only 1 part-time employee. So I knew that there was money left out of that estimate, and felt very comfortable with the 85%.
Okay, but you said the specific calculations you had showed 17% roughly allocation?
Right, but there was some money left out because I didn't have a salary for the second part-time employee. So it may be higher than 85%.
Are you familiar with the similarities or differences between the data systems that Dawson Springs and Princeton uses for their water operations?
No, sir.
Are you aware of whether or not Dawson Springs has AMR metering?
I don't remember.
Okay, so if we kind of look at the difference between customer accounts and admin and general expenses that you've assigned, and you project out towards the rate that would be charged to wholesale customer, am I correct that none of the expenses that you've identified for customer accounts would be recovered from the wholesale customers?
That's correct. My definition of customer accounts is really work with retail customers. So none of that would be allocated to wholesale.
And I think that you provided your explanation for customer costs in a response. It's PSC, the water district's response to PSC, first item of the only request. I'm happy to pull it up, but I can probably just talk about it. Your response indicates that, quote, customer costs are primarily incurred in providing service to retail customers and are generally not allocated to wholesale customers. These costs include office staff salaries and miscellaneous office expenses not allocated to administrative, such as talking to walk-in customers, answering customer calls, dispatching employees, and following up on customer issues, billing, taking payments, paperwork on collections, etc. Also included in this category are maintenance group expenses related to meter reading, connects, disconnects, collections, responding to customer issues in the field, repairing customer service line leaks, and leaks at meters. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
Then on those topics that you mentioned, do wholesale customers and the employees that work for the wholesale customers ever walk into their suppliers' offices to discuss issues that may arise?
Very rarely.
Would it make it more likely if the 2 offices are only 1 block away?
Yeah, might be more likely. Yes, sir.
Do you know how far Caldwell County's water district office is from Princeton's?
No.
What about calling their suppliers? Do wholesale customers ever call their wholesale supplier to address issues?
I would think a call like that might go to someone like the superintendent instead of office personnel.
But it could first start through office personnel to get to the superintendent, correct?
I guess it could, yeah, it's possible that it could, but I take it that these people know each other, and if one wants to talk to the other, they probably just call them up.
Okay. And do wholesale customers benefit from maintenance employees repairing transmission mains?
Definitely,
Do wholesale customers get billed?
yes,
Do wholesale customers pay their bills?
hopefully.
Does a wholesale customer have to read, I'm sorry, does a wholesale supplier have to read meters in order to know how much to bill out?
Yes,
And suppliers need to respond to their wholesale customers' issues in the field as well, don't they?
yes, sir.
Okay. I'm hoping to scroll down on the spreadsheet if I can. And I presume that that's also scrolling down on at least the hearing screen.
It is.
And I'd like to ask you about the calculation of the allocation for maintenance expense that's on the right-hand side of the spreadsheet. But let me start just on a higher level to make sure we're on the same page. On most of the maintenance expenses for water, you've used this allocation factor of 65-35 for two categories. One being transmission and distribution, the other being customer counts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit in more detail as to how you arrived at those two percentages?
Starting out, I had the list of duties that Ms. Musco provided in testimony for the maintenance department, and that's the items that are listed. It's actually column O, starting with water sampling, checklist stations, road cuts, and so forth, down that column. She didn't include meter reading, that's in red there, and I inserted that as well. So after that, I didn't have guidance from Princeton about how those allocations might be made, so I used my own experience in utility management and some other information that she gave regarding the office work. And in the box below the other list on column O, you see water disconnect, water connects, miscellaneous water calls, and miscellaneous sewer calls. And she had actually the number of work orders that were worked in each of those categories. And all of the water disconnects, water connects, and miscellaneous water calls are pretty much customer related, although I really had no idea, so I just divided that 50-50 between transmission, distribution, and customer to come up with a percentage for what she called office. And that's in the table above, office work. And so I allocated 5% of the maintenance staff to transmission distribution in the category of office work, and 20% to customer accounts, and that's in line with the 18%, 82% that other just did come up with. But
And maybe can I ask you a question on that while we're on that specific topic?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask you a question on that while we're on that topic? I guess I don't fully understand the correlation between office work and the table there at the bottom that has the 1882 split. And you may have just explained it, but there was 2 or 3 words that cut out and I couldn't understand it. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, and in the earlier description that Ms. Musco provided about work that the maintenance group does, she listed all the categories of work that are in column O, and then when she discussed the office work, she gave a lot more detail about items that were taken care of under her category of office work, and that's what's in the box. And she gave those numbers for the amounts of paperwork that was done under the category of. And what I was about to add is, it's not just office work. You know, if a person does disconnect, they have to go out in the field and physically turn the meter off. And then if there's a connect, they have to go to the field and turn the meter on. So that's just an indicator of work that gets done both in the office and out in the field. And that's why I gave that a pretty heavy percentage under the customer category, because as you can see, over 80% of that was, at least 80% of the water portion of that was customer related.
Okay. On the meter reading, that you added 10% on there for the customer accounts. How did you estimate 10% of the maintenance expenses would be based on that, on meter reading?
I just had to assume that meter reading is done by the maintenance group. Doesn't seem to be another group that would handle that function. And I based that on reading a certain number of meters per day and a total number of meters to be read. That's also from my own personal experience in utility business.
Why did you allocate the entire amount to customer accounts?
Because, as I mentioned before, this is primarily a retail function.
And I guess based on your previous testimony here today, you've had an opportunity to review Princeton's responses to the staff's third request for information, correct?
Correct.
And you've actually changed or amended some of your opinions in this case based on the information that was provided in that response, correct?
Correct.
In response to item number 11B, as in Bravo of that, I'm happy to pull that up as well if you want it, but Princeton indicates that maintenance employee number 192 is typically the one employee in charge of reading the meters, although several other employees are trained to do this task. The meter reading is done around the 12th of the month and is accomplished within 2 days if all goes well within the data system. On the 1st of the month, 2 employees go out to each of the wholesale master meters and manually read each one of the Caldwell County and Lyon County water meters. This takes approximately half a day to accomplish. So, just based on my reading of that response, it indicates that it takes on average for Princeton 16 man-hours to read the retail meters, that being 1 employee over a 2-day period. And it takes 8 hours to read the wholesale, or 8 man-hours to read the wholesale meters each month. With that information, would you change the estimate that you provide for meter reading in that calculation?
I might. I would really like to get more information, though. There was a caveat that if all goes well, and I know AMR meters don't read 100%. After the routes run, they find misreads and no reads at certain locations. So I think it's very rare that all goes well. I may be high on that 10% for meter reading based on an AMR system, but I also left out some other things that could be added there if we had a chance to have a little give and take with Princeton. But for example, I put all the line locate duties in transmission and distribution. No doubt some of that line location work is for customer service lines to retail meters. And also road cut would come under that same category. If the service line had to be replaced under a street, those road cuts would be repairs that would have to be made attributable to retail service. So this isn't a perfect estimate, but it was the best I could do at the time. And I'm sure we can always make improvements with better information.
And going back to metering, and you mentioned, all goes well. There may be a blip that doesn't catch a meter as someone's reading these, driving around doing the automated meter reading. That would also apply for wholesale customers in the sense that a wholesale supplier might have to go reread a wholesale meter, a master meter, or likewise, if the customer's in control of those meters and wants them reset, the wholesale supplier has to venture out for that same duty. Is that fair?
Well, if it's a manual read, he should read the meter correctly when he's there.
But in the sense of if the customer wants that meter reset and requires the meter reader to go out, it would still require additional work.
What do you mean by reset a meter?
It's my understanding that Caldwell County has, on occasion, asked for its vendor to reset, and I presume that means roll back the dial or roll it forward to whatever the appropriate number is, because of the fact that well, I don't know why, but it's my understanding that there is a slow flow and a fast flow, and that Caldwell County was interested in trying to match those up at various periods of time.
Well, you know, if there was some malfunction with the meter, yeah, it would have to be another reading taken.
Okay, thank you. Switching gears slightly to some adjustments that you made to the service lives of the depreciation schedule. You made several handful, I'm not sure what the right description is, changes to the proposed service lives of those assets, correct?
That's correct.
And one change was related to the Skyline tank repairs. Are you familiar with that?
I remember addressing that, yes.
And the Skyline tank repairs are a part of the recent assets that have been added in the depreciation schedule, I believe under that 2019 RD bonds. Are you familiar?
Yes.
Specifically, the change that you made there was increasing the service life from 15 years that Princeton proposed to 30 years. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, I think so.
And are you familiar with what the Skyline tank repairs encompassed or what it was for?
Well, there was some work to the steel structure itself and then some painting.
Okay. And are you aware that the vast majority of costs related to that project, more than 80% of those costs related to painting the interior and exterior of that tank?
I was not aware of that.
If I can, well, I don't have the document handy, but if that in fact is true, would that change your, knowing that the vast majority of expenses relate to tank painting, would that change what you would recommend for a service life on that asset class?
Yes, sir, it probably would.
What would you recommend for a tank painting project, an amortization schedule or a service life for tank painting?
If it was painting only, I would use 20 years.
Okay. Are you familiar with the number of years that this commission frequently uses to amortize tank painting projects?
I think I've seen 15 years and 20 years.
Okay. And I believe in your responses to that request, you mentioned working with Webster County Water District on a rate case or rate say that they would have done and filed early 2015. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you recall what the commission approved with respect to amortization of tank painting costs in that case?
No, sir, I don't.
Moving on to debt service and cash working capital. Are you familiar with what debt service coverage is?
Yes.
So you're aware that this is a method of generating a revenue requirement that allows recovery of, among other things, working capital that's in addition to depreciation expense, correct?
Correct.
And the formula the commission typically uses allows for additional working capital that is equal to the minimum net reserves required by a utilities lenders that are above its annual average debt payments. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
In your calculations, did you include any sort of working capital through debt service coverage factor that is above Princeton's annual debt payments?
Yes, sir, I did. I used the required reserve amounts that Ms. Musco provided in testimony.
Would it be more appropriate to use the debt service coverage methodology that this commission's previously approved?
That's normally the case, but I just went with what she had put in her testimony.
And when you refer to her testimony, can you identify where that was?
Yes, sir, I think I could find it. Give me a second, okay? There's a note at the table. It's in PSC 1, item 6, page 626 of that response.
Okay. Are you aware that she also included debt service coverage methodology in the pro forma spreadsheet that Princeton has supplied in response to the second request from staff, item number 1?
No, I didn't notice that.
Would you agree with me that it's appropriate to include both of those figures, both the reserves, as well as that debt service coverage in calculating the revenue requirement?
No, I wouldn't include both. I would include one or the other.
And why is that?
Well, a debt service coverage factor would be more than enough to take care of the reserves that Ms. Musco provided in her testimony.
Okay, switching gears, you're aware that Princeton has requested a rate case expense surcharge in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you have not taken any position on that specific surcharge, have you?
No, sir.
And you're not opposed to the recovery of reasonable rate case expenses by a utility, are you?
Normally, I'm not. I think if there had been a reasonable attempt to calculate an appropriate rate, I would feel better about it in this case, but I think this rate is unreasonable, and there should be an adjustment to the expenses that have been incurred.
Thanks, sir. That's all the questions I have for you today.
Thank you. Ms. Koenig?
Yes, hi, thank you.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Ms. Koenig, I need to try to take this off.
Yes, please, that would be great.
Did that come down, Vice Chair?
Well, you got rid of your exhibit, but all I see is your computer screen now.
Oh, gosh.
There you go.
Now you're back on.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Valines, I think if you start talking, that it'll be you. Are you there?
I'm here.
There you go.
Okay, hi.
Thank you.
Great. Hello. I just have a few questions for you, please. So, and Okay, just to follow up where Mr. Osterloh left off, you said you do feel like there should be an adjustment because the rate proposal from Princeton is unreasonable as is. Yes, is that what you said? Can you hear me?
I didn't hear the last part of your sentence, I'm sorry.
I was just following up with your last statement to Mr. Osterloh. You said you feel like there should be an adjustment to the rate increase as proposed by Princeton because it's unreasonable as it is.
Well, he was asking about the surcharge for rate case expenses. I
Rate
believe.
case expense. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just clarify then. I have some questions about the rate case expense then specifically as well. Okay. I asked some questions. I know you've been watching throughout, and the responses that Princeton has provided about the position of Director of Finance have been confusing as far as what would be included for the rate-making process. Do you agree that just because Princeton's Director of Finance, Ms. Musgrove, was scheduled to retire December 31st, 2019, that her wages and benefits for the period January through mid-June of 2020 should be recovered through the surcharge? And explain your position.
Well, I think, to be fair, both parties have had significant expenses. All those expenses could have been avoided if there had been some attempt for negotiation and good faith effort to reach a rate that's reasonable and accurate. So I think it would be fair for possibly a netting of those instead of one party paying full expenses for the other party.
Okay, you cut off a little bit in your statement. You said possibly an adding of the expenses. Is that what you said?
No, ma'am, I said netting,
Netting. Okay, couldn't hear.
so that one party's expenses might offset the expenses of the other party. There have been expenses on both sides here.
Okay, and could we ask for in post-hearing data requests to follow up with what you're charging Caldwell and Lyon County to testify as an expert?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in comparison to the expenses that Tracy Musgrove is claiming as rate case expense for her salary, could you describe the documentary evidence that Princeton should be required to produce to justify including any of Ms. Musgrove's 2020 salary and benefits through the rate case surcharge?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Okay, could you state that again, please?
Can you describe the documentary evidence that Princeton should be required to produce to justify including any of Ms. Musgrove's 2020 salary and benefits through the rate case surcharge?
Well, I think, has been said in some of the other testimony today, that a listing of the functions that she's performed related to this rate case and the rate that she's paid to substantiate that the work was done specifically for this cause.
Okay, and would you agree that allowing Princeton to recover the salary and benefits it paid to Ms. Musgrove in 2020 through its rate case surcharge mechanism while recovering the new finance director's salary through the wholesale water rate would represent a double recovery of its director of finance's salary? And could you explain that? And we have the responses are unclear. While Ms. Musgrove testified today that they didn't hire a new finance director yet, they have filled a position. So it is unclear, and then she also testified that she had farmed out her responsibilities. So I guess I'm asking for your opinion on whether that would be a double recovery of the Director of Finance's salary, and how you would delineate that so that it's not double recovery.
It's pretty unclear to me the situation there right now, as it has been in some of the earlier testimony. But I'm not sure I can answer your question. It's not clear to me who's doing what there.
Okay. Okay, and then,
Are you going to leave it like that, or do you want to ask as a post-hearing, or are you satisfied?
we've already asked that we follow up with Ms. Musgrove to ask about itemization and
Okay.
to clarify her position. And I asked her in questioning what her position is now, but we did ask if we could follow up for clarification of how those duties are allocated.
Okay, so you can go ahead.
So we'll have to follow up with her, but I wanted to ask Mr. Valine's opinion on how you feel like that should be supported. Because that's the biggest part of what we would like your opinion on is the support that Princeton's given to their proposed rate. But do you believe that Princeton's pro forma employee health insurance premiums should be reduced to reflect national average employee contribution rates? And if no,
Yes, ma'am.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that an industry standard, or is that pretty standard at this time? And
It's
this,
standard in a PSC case.
okay. And then I just wanted, you did mention that you feel like this could have had a better result if there were better negotiations and communication between the parties. I know that, let's see, your rate has changed a little bit based on your change in your testimony today, but do you feel like the parties are that far apart on their wholesale rate that they couldn't make some concession toward an agreement?
I don't know, I can't speak to the feelings of the parties. The numbers are pretty far apart. Ms. Musgrove was at 30% increase, and the estimate I have now is about 10%. That's pretty far apart. And in dollar terms, over a year's time, it could be dollars. But he also indicated earlier that there's cause for her to change her number. So I guess that's kind of up to her.
There's cause for, I'm sorry, could you say that last part again?
Ms. Musgrove indicated earlier that there's cause now for her to change her
Right.
calculation of the rate. But that becomes a little fuzzy too, because they weren't even charging, they weren't proposing to charge the rate that she calculated.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions either. Mr. Goss, do you have redirect?
I just have one question. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Valines, with regard to the adjustment to expense for health insurance that staff council just asked you about, what periodical or not a periodical, but what chart did you rely on to arrive at the adjustment of expense for health insurance that is contained in your analysis?
It's published by the Bureau of Labor Standards. I can't find the title of the publication. Just one second. National Compensation Survey, Employee Benefits in the United States as of March 2019. And that publication is actually dated September 2019. I refer to page 36 of that publication, which is a share of premiums paid by employer, employees, civilian workers, and that includes both private industry and state and local government employees.
Okay, did you provide me with the chart that you relied upon to arrive at your analysis and that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Allison, if you would pull that up, please, I'd appreciate it. And while she's pulling that up, again, what is the basis for your reliance upon this chart?
It's the type of information that's been used in several PSC cases that I've seen and been associated with.
Right. So, are you able to see the document that's now being shared, Mr. Lyons?
Not very well, but I have the original in front of me.
Okay. This is a 2-page document, just so you'll know, and for purposes of identification, it is Table 10, Medical Care Benefits, et cetera, March 2019. It's pages 35 and 36. Is this the chart that you relied upon?
Yes, sir, but I used numbers from page 36, not 35.
That's fine, that's what I'm going to get to. What line or what portion of page 36 did you rely upon for your calculations and why?
The second line of that table is for companies with 1 to 49 workers, which is applicable for Princeton Water and Wastewater.
All right. And those, the 62%/38% number that is on that line is what you used?
Well, for family coverage,
Yes, okay,
for single, there's different figures.
right. For family coverage, okay. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, I would move for admission of this 2-page table as Lyon Caldwell exhibit number
6. Number 6, right?
number 6, yes, sir.
All right, this will be admitted as Caldwell Lyons County Water District Exhibit Number 6. Thank you.
All right. Those are all the questions I have for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Osterloh, do you have any other further questions?
Yes, Vice Chair, just a handful. Mr. Lyons, I know that you had mentioned in a couple of your responses on the employee benefits and what's appropriate, you qualified your response that essentially it's common for there to be a reduction in PSC cases. What about outside the realm of the Public Service Commission jurisdiction? Are you seeing that elsewhere?
I don't have much experience out of the jurisdiction. I can't answer.
And then you also a couple times have mentioned that you would have liked to see maybe collaboration between the supplier and the purchaser in terms of trying to work together after rates have been proposed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you realize that you provided your testimony, the water districts provided your testimony last month or late March for us to review?
I'm not certain of the date, but yeah, it was this spring sometime.
Okay, and I'm just pulling it up on the website. Specifically, it looks like it was filed on March the 20th, 2020. You don't have any reason to disagree with that, do you?
No, sir.
And when that was filed, are you aware that the water districts did not provide any supporting documentation like the spreadsheet that has been identified as attachment 2 to the water district's response to commission staff's request?
You mean when the suggested rate was first proposed? when my rate computation was first proposed, there was no spreadsheet attached to that?
Correct.
Yes, sir, I am aware of that.
Okay, and so the Princeton didn't receive that spreadsheet until April the 17th, and then didn't receive the water district responses to Princeton's data request until the 24th, approximately, 11 days ago? Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
So there really wouldn't have been a whole lot of time for the parties to get together in order to collaborate based on what you've proposed and what we're still finding out information even here in this hearing today. Isn't that true?
Well, at the point that some of these items were filed, the process had been ongoing for a couple of months, and I think the time for negotiations and working things out was really before this case was filed.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions?
No, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Goss.
Mr. Valines, were all the filings that Mr. Osterloh just asked you about filed according to the commission's procedural schedule in this case, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've been listening during the earlier portion of Ms. Musgrove's testimony when it was uncovered that she first said no one from the water districts had approached Princeton about negotiation or discussing a 30% rate increase, but when she was provided with letters indicating something completely different, her story changed. Is that when you're talking about these sorts of discussions should have occurred?
Well, yes, sir, or any time from October when she mentioned that she first proposed an increase up through the point in time when the case was filed, or even after the case was filed. People can get together and work out their differences. I guess we could do that tomorrow.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? This witness may be excused. Mr. Goss, do you have any additional witnesses?
Mr. Vice Chair, I have Dixie Casey, who is the superintendent of Lyon Water District, and also Mr. Jimmy Littlefield, who is the CEO of Caldwell Water District. They're both here, they're both on the screen, and they're available to testify. I'm very happy to qualify them. If you want me to, I guess maybe for expediency purposes, maybe we should find out if anybody wants to question them. If they do, I'm happy to qualify them.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
I have questions for Mr. Littlefield.
Okay.
Only Mr. Littlefield, Mr. Osterloh?
That's correct.
How about you, Ms. Koenig?
Staff has no questions.
Okay, so I think if we bring on Mr. Littlefield, you said Mr. Littlefield, right?
That's
Yes,
correct.
Jimmy. Yeah, so Lyon Water District calls Jimmy Littlefield.
Just for the purpose of the record, I believe that's Caldwell County calling Mr. Littlefield, correct?
What did I say?
I thought I heard Lyon, but.
No, I thought I said the water districts. I may have said Lyon. I get
Oh, okay.
I use them interchangeably. Sorry about that.
Okay, Mr. Littlefield, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Goss, you may ask.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Littlefield, would you please state your full name for the record, by whom you're employed, and what your title is?
Jimmy Littlefield, Caldwell County Water District CEO.
And have you caused to be filed pre-filed testimony? Have you caused to be filed responses to data requests in the record in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any revisions or amendments to any of the data request responses that you wish to make today?
No.
Do you adopt the responses to data requests that you previously filed in this case? And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
I think for the record, and correct me if I'm wrong, the only response that you filed or that you were responsible for was a meter testing question that Princeton asked you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, since you don't have pre-filed testimony, let me take just a couple of minutes and qualify you from an experience perspective. How long have you worked for Caldwell Water District?
6.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir?
6.5 years.
Okay. And what have been your various titles for Caldwell County Water District?
Was hired as superintendent. A couple years later, was named CEO.
All right. Did you come in as superintendent early, or did you come in at some lesser position and work your way up?
I came in as superintendent.
All right. What did you do? Who did you work for prior to that?
I was self-employed.
Okay.
Excavating business.
Okay. Do you have what certifications or licenses do you hold with respect to the water business?
I have a Class 2 operator's license, distribution license for Kentucky.
All right. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a associate's degree.
All right. What was that degree in? Just general studies or something in particular? Okay. Mr. Vice Chair, I can probably go a lot deeper with his qualifications, but I don't know that that's necessary, so I'll pass the witness at this point.
Thank you, and I think if there's any need for you to qualify him further, we can ask. Mr. Osterloh, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Littlefield.
Hello, Todd.
Through how many wholesale meters does Caldwell County Water District receive service from Princeton?
I believe it's 10.
And am I correct that Caldwell County District has ownership and maintenance responsibilities for those meters?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, and I should have asked first, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm hearing background noise.
Okay, if for some reason you cannot hear me, certainly let me know and I'll repeat my question.
Okay.
How frequently have your master meters from Princeton had to be estimated?
Several years ago, there was multiple times they had to be estimated. That's become less and less as we've gotten into this. Just a week ago, one was estimated for 24 hours. Just to do some repairs and to just let that be a full 24-hour period for that
Okay, and you said you had to do some repairs, so I guess you bypassed that meter, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and how do you estimate, do you collaborate with Princeton on how to estimate the amount of consumption during that time period?
Actually, no. Our contract spells that out, that it will be estimated based on the most previous usage period, which would most likely be the previous month. But Princeton Water doesn't do that. When we have had to estimate, the estimations have always been extremely high. Ms. Musgrove will calculate in weather, multiple other factors. So those estimations in every case have been extremely high compared to what they should have been based on what our contract says.
In terms of the bypass last week, when did you notify Princeton, anyone at Princeton, that you were in fact bypassing the meter?
Late in the afternoon on the day it was done, approximately an hour after I did it.
And who did you inform?
I called Adam, who is the maintenance supervisor at Princeton.
Okay, and was that an emergency emergency repair to where you couldn't plan for it?
I'm not gonna say an emergency, but there was a leak.
Okay, and how long had you known about that leak?
Just that day.
In addition to bypassing the meter, you've also had several meters reset over the course of time, is that correct?
That is not correct. We've had
Okay.
one meter reset a handful of times over the last 2 or 3 years. And that was, there's compound meter, so there's two registers, 2 meters with its own register. The electronic with a digital readout. We were told by the manufacturer that before each one of these meters reached 10 million gallons, we'd have to reset them to 0. They were not sure what would happen when they reached 10 million gallons. So we have reset them 2 or 3 times. Each time by the vendor, they were reset back to 0, which takes about 5 to 10 minutes once he's there. That seemed to be a topic of discussion earlier, but 10 minutes tops is what that takes. And I'd always let the maintenance supervisor of Princeton Water know when that was going to be done, so they could have someone there to witness it. That's kind of what we've gotten to with this.
Okay.
Always make somebody there to witness what is happening.
And you mentioned, I guess I didn't hear you correctly or just got confused. I thought you said early on that you would only reset the meter once, but then you followed up that that you had to do it 2 or 3 times. Is that you only had to reset 1 meter, but over several times?
What I stated was there's only 1 meter that we've had to reset. And that has been done multiple times. At that site, this meter actually consists of 2 meters combined. It's all 1 meter with 2 registers. That was maybe the confusion there.
Okay.
2 meters and same device.
Am I correct that that's frequently called a compound meter?
It is.
Okay. And am I correct that those resets occurred in January of 2018, February of 2019, and April of 2019?
I don't know that for sure, but most likely yes.
Does that sound like the correct time period?
It does.
Okay. And just going back on trying to estimate the bills when you have to bypass or do something, does Caldwell County Water District have the ability to pull off daily readings from its meters?
Yes.
Okay.
And we do.
How long do your records go back on those daily readings?
I'm not sure. Maybe 2 years, 2.5 years.
Would the district be willing to transfer ownership and responsibility of those meters to Princeton?
No.
What's the reason for that?
Well, the biggest reason is what we witnessed here today. The dishonesty involved in this. And that's the biggest part of it. And when this was discussed a couple of years ago, they wanted to take ownership, but then also have us pay for half of the maintenance with them. But these meters were installed and paid for by Caldwell County Water District. They're owned by Caldwell County Water District. And we just don't have any interest in turning them over to Princeton Water.
And are you aware that most wholesale providers in the industry maintain ownership and control over the meters that they use to sell water to a wholesale customer?
I was not.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Ms. Koenig?
No further questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
No questions.
I just have one question. I'm curious if Caldwell would ever be interested in merging or regionalizing with Princeton.
I believe that would be a possibility at some point. Of course, this is just my opinion. I will not speak for board commissioners that I'm employed by. That might be a possibility in the future.
Okay, you wouldn't rule it out.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Mr. Goss, do you have any redirect?
No, sir.
Are there any other questions for this witness? Thank you. You may be excused, Mr. Littlefield. I appreciate your time. Are
you all.
there any other witnesses?
Not on behalf of the water districts, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, so we're all set with witnesses. Ms. Koenig?
I have nothing further. I don't have any witnesses. We do have some post-hearing data requests.
Okay, yes, we do have to talk about data requests.
Okay.
I think every party has, including staff, has indicated that they have data requests. So at this point, how about those requests be completed by May 8th for each of the parties to submit to the other parties? Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Today's the
Sorry, you
5th,
said May, I'm sorry, what did you say, May the 8th?
May the 8th.
Can I have an unusual request? Because we haven't seen the spreadsheet that Mr. Valines has referenced in today's hearing, I presume that that's ready to go and could be sent to us today or tomorrow. And this relates to the objection that I had at the beginning of the testimony. If we have additional questions that we weren't able to ask today on that, are we able to follow up with those questions in written form?
You mean as part of your data request?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Ms. Koenig?
I have no objection.
Mr. Goss?
Well, I don't suppose I have any objection. I mean, counsel is sort of, I mean, he's indicating that he's, surprised by all this and that sort of thing. I mean, hearings ebb and flow, and witnesses make adjustments right on the witness stand in many cases. So I'm not real sure I understand the objection or the concern, but I don't have a fundamental problem, I don't suppose, with but I would like to reserve the right, once I see those, to make any post-hearing motions that I might want to make concerning either the questions or I certainly don't want to reopen the record or anything, but I would like to reserve my right to make any subsequent motions on the issue.
Well, I think that both of you have indicated that you have possible protests or objections, and I understand, and this has been a challenge for the first video conference. I want to say that. This has been an interesting hearing, without a doubt.
And could I, excuse me,
Sure.
I'm sorry, could I clarify, Todd, are you asking for extra time?
Well, I'm going to find that out.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
because our deadline's May 31st to have the order.
So you heard that, Mr. Osterloh, and go ahead.
I think if I can obtain the spreadsheet by mid-tomorrow, I can prepare questions by May the 8th to distribute. If there aren't, there may not be.
I think you only indicated there was two changes. One had to do with the revenue requirement, and, it had to do with the revenue requirement. One was salary, and one was the fact that the pension contribution was reduced because of the fact that with the situation with the current budget, the state has indicated that they're not going to increase funding as they were before. So I think those are the two. They should be, I would think, a fairly easy evaluation that can be made by Princeton. I'm not going to speak for your group, but if you run into trouble, please advise. Let's try to go with the 8th and have those responses out to all the parties. And then, that being the 8th, in order to give staff time to get this report out, we would like to have responses back from the parties by May 15th. That's 1 week, and I know it's kind of compressed, but that only gives us 2 weeks to get this done.
I think that's manageable.
Commissioner Cicero, could I ask Mr. Lyons to unmute his mic for a second
Sure.
and get back on the screen?
Mr. Lyons?
I'm here.
Okay.
Alan, how long will it take you to revise the spreadsheet consistent with what Todd has asked in the case?
It's already been revised. It's okay. It's okay to send.
Okay, so would you send that to me, today, tonight, first thing in the morning, and I'll flip it on to Todd and Brittany and whoever else, Jim, whoever else needs it, so we can check that box, okay?
Yes, sir.
And
Great, okay.
can you please highlight your spreadsheet with the cells that you changed in it?
Yes, sir, I already have.
Good.
I used a different color for the cells that I changed.
Thank you.
Now, I'll put a note in the spreadsheet to point out which color is for this revision.
Okay. Okay, so
Thanks, Alan.
what,
So Todd, that ought to take care of your issue.
I believe so.
okay, so we have requests going out by the 8th, if everything works good, and receipt of responses back by May 15th, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for participating in the first ever video conference. I did go,
I'll have to say I was dreading it, and I'm pretty tired. Of course, I've got some age on everybody in the room, but I thought it went actually a little better than I was expecting, from a logistics perspective. So hats off to Jim Rhodes and everybody at the commission for getting us ready.
I'm sure he's listening because he's back there handling this whole thing right now.
Yeah, and Nancy and Brittany were very helpful too, Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you very much, and I think the only probably dinosaur that worked into that was trying to look at exhibits, pulling them up on the screen, and I think as we go through this process, there'll probably be some guidance from staff for future hearings. I think that goes mostly to the attorneys that may be before the commission again before this is over, I don't know, but at any rate, I thank all of you. I thought it was a job pretty well done, all things considered, and with that, I'm going to adjourn unless anybody else has anything. Yes, Mr. Osterloh.
Maybe I missed it, but do we have the opportunity to file legal written briefs following submission of post-hearing data responses?
You're kind of running out of time because you got May 31st for a date, and we're already bumping heads against the wall here.
Does it benefit you that Princeton has agreed previously to extend that deadline to June 15th, based on a request for an extension?
Okay, hang on 1 second and let me discuss with Brittany here.
I honestly forgot that they did agree not to put the rates into effect because they asked for an extension on a responses to a data request. So I did forget about that.
So we have till June 15th?
Yeah.
Mr. Goss, do you want to file a brief?
Well, I wasn't going to, but I'm not going to let Todd have the last word. So if he wants to file one, I'll file one.
Okay.
I don't want to. I don't frankly think it's necessary.
You don't have to, it's entirely up to you, but whatever is done is going to be done concurrently. It's not going to be,
I
There are
understand.
several issues that I think that we can better describe through such a legal brief that would benefit the commission. I mean, I would propose that we submit simultaneous briefs I guess a week after the data responses are due. That's a really short turnaround on what a fairly lengthy brief could be, but
I'm sorry, I have a question, Todd. Staff is asking whether Ms. Musgrove would be willing to submit an altered proposal based on the changes that she felt like she would make today. Do you want to get into that, or is that to make adjustments that she agreed she may have done differently based on the information today?
yes. I mean, I guess that's really up to the commission to decide.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, so that goes to, if she does that, and I don't have the opportunity to question her on it, then I've been denied my opportunity to cross-examine her on, I mean, it's the same issue that Todd says he's having, with the two minor,
I have to agree with that.
changes that, yeah.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. At this point, I think it's just a delay in the process, and we don't know where it's gonna go anyways, so.
Okay, I understand.
I don't have a problem with giving you the extra week, Mr. Osterloh, to file your brief. That would be May 22nd, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then that gives staff time to prepare the report. Even with Memorial Day in there, we should be okay, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, that everybody is agreeable. We got 3 dates, the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd. 8th for the data request to be issued, 15th for responses to be received, and 22nd for any briefs to be filed. Agreeable?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. With that, this session is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.